ESPN West Palm High School game day. Another packed weekend of high school sports, and we got you up until 11 p.m. right here on ESPN 106.3. Colin Russo with you. We got Mike Rizzo helping us out. We got a packed program because a lot of fun to be had. We'll hear from both coaches. We got Royal Palm and Boca Raton going at it, so looking forward to that. We'll hear from both coaches. That is Coach Colin O'Neill and Coach Sam Curry of Royal Palm. Two very good teams who have had very good starts to the season. Royal Palm specifically have really dominated a lot of the opponents they've seen in Florida up to this point. But with all the coaches that we have, we got you up until 11 p.m., including our post-game coverage, which we'll hear from a number of coaches from throughout the Palm Beach County area. A lot of teams are either off this week or they play on Friday. So that's all in one spot. So stay tuned for that. Should be a whole lot of fun. Well, you got Colin Russo. I'm at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We're also streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter/X. ESPN Top 63 is the place to be for that. You can catch our live stream. You can watch the actual game. You can get involved in the chat, or you can listen to it on your radio dial, ESPN 106.3. HSS Florida, in sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injury and pain do get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida, they provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With two convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more by going to hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School game day. So in terms of the actual schedule from today, we'll break down what we're going to see in terms of the lineups, the matchups, and what the big teams that we will see from throughout. But to give you a little bit of a rundown really quick, Cardinal Newman played last night. They move up to 3-2. They beat Goldman last night 28-7. They're up to 3-2. We know how hard of a schedule they have had. But our HSS game of the week, a battle between 4-1s. Boca Raton's at 4-1. Royal Palm is at 4-1. Boca's run 4 straight after losing their opener to Boynton. On the other side of things, Royal Palm, who really blitzed the whole area, have really scored defense. Sam Curry's got those guys on lockdown after replacing Chuck Kenyon last year. So we'll hear from Coach Sam Curry in just a moment. But last year in this actual matchup, Boca beat Royal Palm 9-7. I anticipate a little bit more scoring in this year's affair. But we'll hear from Christian Catt on the call just coming up. But first, we will hear from the head coach of Royal Palm. That is Sam Curry. He spoke with Theo Dorsey a little earlier this week, previewing the game. Take a listen to it. Sam Curry of Royal Palm.
Theo Dorsey here with ESPN West Palm and ESPN Top 63, joined by Sam Curry, head coach of Royal Palm Beach, ahead of the game of the week where it's going to be Royal Palm versus Boca Raton. First off, Coach Curry, 5 games in, you're 4-1. How is hashtag New Royal coming along for you so far?
It's coming along pretty good, man. It's going great. We had our first setback, first loss last Friday, not last Friday, 2 Fridays ago. Against County. County went up to Georgia and played a great team, well-disciplined team, and they were outstanding. They're what they're advertised as, and it was a great learning experience. But as far as what we're talking about, we want to see can the boys face adversity. We want to see can they bounce back when things not going their way. And we actually saw that in the third and fourth quarter. The boys came together, they rallied back, and made the game a little closer than the score would indicate.
Coach Curry, and first off, I will say thanks for joining me here after you also are still – I didn't realize you still had duties with youth football and you were still handling business. What is that? So I know this is year 1 for you as head coach of Royal Palm Beach. For those that don't know, what are your other football obligations and youth obligations outside of your current job?
So I'm still I'm the vice president for the youth football, Royal Palm Beach Youth Football Association, and I also coach the 13 youth on that level for the youth football. So after I leave high school practice, I go straight to Seminole Palms Park and I do the youth football coaching and trying to make sure I do everything to make sure they win and they're on point and they're running the plays, Chris. And it's a lot. It's draining, it's demanding, but I do it because I love football and I love the kids. And I think God put me on this earth for the purpose to help kids and mentor kids.
You obviously mean a lot to the community. What you've done so far already is showing dividends on the high school level, and I'm sure on the youth level. I'm just not as acclimated with what y'all got going on there. But for you specifically, and for these kids, what would it mean to fully revitalize Royal Palm Beach to what it was like in the late between 2005 and 2012 or so? I just got done speaking with some former Wildcats, a couple of weeks ago, who talked to those glory days and talked about how much it means to see that it seems like y'all are on the right track right now. Like, what would that mean to the community?
I think it mean a big deal. A lot of the community people are reaching out to me. Just got done literally 15 minutes ago doing a interview with the local newspaper about Georgia and about the change that we're making and the things that we're striving to do in the community. I think it's a big deal, and a lot of people buying in. A lot of youth football players are excited about what's going on because a lot of them, like before that, when I was just a youth coach, a lot of the players were going to other schools because Royal Palm wasn't winning, and nobody didn't want to go to a team that was 0-10 and looked at on Friday. There was no excitement about the stands. A lot of the players didn't go to the games. They were going to the Centrals, the Cardinals, and different places like that because of how bad Roy was doing in the past. But it's a lot of excitement. I have a lot of the old players, alumni reaching out to me and just had Dave Howard come and talk to the kids. He's one of the players that went to the University of Miami out of Royal Palm. Fred Johnson, as you know, been involved, making sure that we're taken care of as far as like helping with the weight room, as I mentioned before, making sure that we have music, different things like that, man. A lot of the alumni are reaching out. They're excited about it. They're glad that we're headed in the right direction. So it's fun. It's real fun. The community is starting to buy in.
And is that it? Is that the moniker New Royal, or is there other things I'm missing? Because I keep seeing that flirted around out there, and I want to make sure I'm getting it right.
Yeah, that's what we're going by, the New Royal. We preach it. Like I tell the kids, the little detail, the small details matter. And when you're trying to be new, you're trying to clean, you're trying to reestablish yourself, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get the bad habits out and bring a number new good habits. So it's a little thing, even like what I just talked to them about the locker room, making sure the locker rooms are clean, making sure that we're organized with the locker room, making sure that we hold each other accountable, and things like that. Like little things like that matters to the new Royal. And we're trying to change the culture. Well, the kids, I get a lot of comment from the teachers too, because now the kids have a fear, not necessarily a fear of respect. I'm saying a respect level that they don't want to get in trouble because they know that they want to play on Friday. They know that I hold them at a high standard, and they don't want to disappoint me. So a lot of the kids and teachers say, "Oh, I'm gonna tell Coach Curry this thing." They're straightening up. They saying like they see the change in the kids, not just on the football field, but in the classroom too. And that's what we preach a lot in practice, and when we talk with them, we preach a lot about that.
And I will say I can see the changes when it comes to the final scores here. Just for those that don't know that are watching this, through 5 weeks you are 4-1. The stat that stands out, and I think you know where I'm going. Your 4 wins, all shutouts. You have yet to allow a single point in the state of Florida. Of course, Camden County, that was a game on the road in the Peach State. That means when you walk into your home stadium on Friday night for the game of the week against Boca Raton, you're going to have a defense that doesn't know what it's like to give up a point in the Sunshine State. How much pride, how much do you hang your hat on, not just being dominant in those wins, but, that donut is something that defenses are always proud of?
Well, we extremely excited about how our defense been playing. They actually did real good in County. County with just the offense put them in a lot of bad positions, and unfortunately, I'm the OC. but no,
So that's on me.
The defense been lighted out. We got a lot of talent. I think we're gonna have a lot of D1 talent in that defense, especially the back end with our DBs. They've been lights out really, man. The coaches, the DC, Clint Everett has locked in, brought a new type of energy. He brought that Muck City energy to the Royal Palm area. He's in your face, but he's real smart, a real football mind, real intelligent when it comes to football and putting the kids in the right position. And like I said, the little things, he harp on the little things, and it matters. The attention to detail this man has, man, is amazing. And he have a great staff on the defensive side with Coach DJ Rowe that been here for like 3 years. Coach Ratavius Akin that he played 5 years at Western Michigan. And we got Coach Mitchell with the D-line, man, and Coach Jason, who played in Georgia. So he know about the Georgia atmosphere because he played high school football in Georgia. So we got a great defensive staff, and, man, they're hard on the kids. And then another thing, they lead. Most of our leaders come on the defensive side of the ball. Like a kid like Jamonte, who's highly recruited. He's a lead by example, and he can get vocal. So we have a lot of great leaders on the defense, and they want the shutout. They believe in the shutout. They don't want to get beat. And sometimes they'll be right in your face. They play a lot of man defense. They want to be in your face. They trust their skill level over their opponents. So that's how we play. We're going to be in your face. We're going to play fast, and we're going to hit you.
I saw that up close and personal in the game against Port St. Lucie. That one got out of control very swiftly in the first couple of frames there. You on the defensive side, what is it that changes so quickly like that? Because I know scheme can help. I know coaching can help. Talent always plays a part. But to turn into this force that y'all have had like that over 1 year, I know it's more than, I don't get to see all the practices, so I don't see all the work that gets put in. I just see the Friday night results. How? Is it, do you have a lot of new starters? What's the biggest changing point on that side?
Well, we did brought an influx of kids through transfer from different schools, but it's a lot of new starters, but at the same time it's a lot of old starters too. Because like our D line was there last year, some of the corner DBs were there last year, linebackers they were young, but some of them was there last year. But then we added some new kids along the line, and it just they gel. Like summer workout was like awesome, man. The summer workout was very, very hard, and the kids pushed through. And Coach Bobby, he brought in a whole new energy too when it came to working out. Like I'm not a workout guru. Like I don't know, I'm not a weight room dude, but I know how to get the right people down for the weight room for them type of activities. So I brought in Coach Bobby, man. He's been amazing with the kids, lifting them, motivating them, trying to encourage them to reach their potential when it comes to lifting and conditioning and strength, and he's doing a great job, man. Mm-hmm. So that with the kids coming in and buying in and everything, the defense coordinator is implementing have been great. It's been a great transition.
Coach Sam Curry here, joining me with New Royal. You have a game of the week against Boca Raton this Friday night. What is it going to take for y'all to get out of there with a win at home?
Play disciplined football. Play our football. Play the New Royal football. We want to play fast. We want to be aggressive. We want to be disciplined. We want to make sure that we don't make mistakes, stuff, inflict the rooms like we did in Georgia. Long as we take care of the ball and do what we're supposed to do, we should come out there with a win. Boca's a great team. They 4-1. They got a new staff, so they kind of new like us. They got a new staff, but they got some experienced players, some quick players. But we don't look at film. We don't see what we need to do, and it's just up to the players. Like we tell our players, Monday through Thursday is us. Friday is you. So it's on them on Friday when they get between them white lines and they see their opponent. As long as they execute what we had installed over the weekend or what we practice on, it should be a smooth game.
Looking forward to that smooth game, and stay healthy through practice, and we'll see y'all Friday. Also, man, get some rest, man. You're coaching, you got high school practice, youth practice. Get some rest. You deserve it.
Yeah, I'll be trying to, man. I'll be trying to. So when I come home, I'll be trying to make sure I take a shower, get some food, and I try to get in the bed. But, it'd be hard sometimes just to unwind and go to bed. Sometimes you got to look at some TV or look at some game film or something. So I'll be trying to, man. My wife be mad at me like, go to sleep.
Look, well, I'm not going to hold you no longer so you can get to it. And also, again, man, just thanks for everything that you're doing for the community, for the team, and for the kids. And we look forward to seeing y'all Friday night, man.
All right, Theo. See y'all Friday night.
Thanks, Coach.
Have a great night.
You too.
Hey, it's Theo Dorsey. My favorite time of year is here, football season. And if you're a fan of football, you need to be playing Prize Picks. It's simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. Will Saquon Barkley have more or less than 1 rushing touchdown? Will Joe Burrow throw more or less than 2.5 passing touchdowns? If your picks are right, you can cash in. Prize Picks also puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast and safe and secure. They offer Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more for quick and easy deposits into your account all football season. We make decisions every day, but on PrizePicks, being right can get you paid. Download the app today and use code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Hi, everybody. Colin Russo here. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We got your coverage of Royal Palm and Boca Raton coming up at 6:30. You'll hear from Christian Catt in just a few moments. First, Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. They're the Florida injury lawyers. They're proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you made a car accident, call now for that free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You don't pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. Call right now at 500-HELP. 500-HELP. Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They got offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. So we got you covered on the coach's side of things on Sam Curry with Royal Palm. And then we'll get to Colin O'Neill of Boca Raton High School. He spoke with Theo Dorsey, and he said a number of things about our HSS Game of the Week, about the team, the 4-1 team. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Let's take a listen to Colin O'Neill of Boca Raton High School football.
Theo Dorsey here with ESPN West Palm and ESPN Top 63. And ahead of the game of the week, Boca Raton at Royal Palm Beach. I have Curtis O'Neill with the Boca Raton Bobcats gearing up for a big game on Friday night. First and foremost, man, you're 5 games in. You're 4-1, 1-0 in the district. How are the Bobcats looking?
It's Colin O'Neill, just to correct you there real quick, not Curtis.
I said Curtis. I'm Colin. How can I do that? Look, off to a terrible start, but y'all are off to a good start. How the Bobcats, Colin?
Oh man, no. We're sitting at 4-1. It's a good spot to be in. We've had some challenges. We've had some good games and close games. And we're rolling right now at 4-1. We're finally gelling together as a team and a coaching staff. Again, we're all together for our first year. So we're excited.
How were you able to? There's so many things you have to do to get a football team to kind of work towards one common goal, and you had to do it on a bit of a fast track as compared to what other guys have typically even had to do if it's their first year as the head coach at a school. Like, how were you able to get this thing together so quickly, and how much different are things now as we're about to enter into October than they were when you first took over?
I think transparency is key. I laid out the foundation and the vision of what my team, what I want them to look like, what I'm bringing as a head coach, and kind of what I brought in as my staff, and what we expect from ourselves. And we just kept it very transparent with the guys and the kids of, hey, this is what we are. This is what we're going to do. This is what we want. That's what we're rolling with this year. I know some of you guys, especially the older guys, that kind of, had to meet with them, say, hey, kind of stuck in a situation that I wish upon no one, getting a brand new head coach late. And, but, I was transparent with them and honest, and told these guys, we're in it together. We're all in this year together as a unit, as a family, and let's just keep the ball rolling and do the right things.
4 straight wins, 3 out of 4 of those on the road. You got 3 straight double-digit wins as well. You look at Lake Worth, Forest Hill, and Stone McDouglas. Are y'all about where you expected y'all to be this deep into the season, or are they even performing above the expectations you set on them?
Coming in, not really knowing what expectations we had, and us as a team. So I would say that we're ahead of the ball of where we are now. Again, looking back at games in the film, we see situations where the game could have been a lot beneficial in our favor in terms of the score or missed assignments or things like that. So, you put all those things into consideration. I would say we're a little bit ahead of the curve from, I guess, what I expected. Again, wasn't much or didn't know what to expect, I guess I'm saying.
When it comes to play calling and whatnot, what are your game day responsibilities as a head coach? Do you kind of are you one that delegates a lot more of that, or are you more hands on?
I'm this year. I'm delegating most of that. I brought in a DC and a OC, where I kind of oversee it all, and I'm on the headset on both sides. Seeing and saying, hey, I like this, call this, or what's not. And my OC and DC, they're great. They're phenomenal. And times I see stuff, and it's never gonna. They're like, yes, sir, and they'll call it, and vice versa. I may see some things, and they pointed out, like, well, coach, this is why I didn't call it this way. So it's we got a great team going. I'll say that much.
A lot of that is going to hinge on what you like out of your quarterback. What's that position like for you right now, and how much are you going to lean on quarterback play for Friday night on the road in a highly anticipated matchup with Royal Palm?
We're going to lean on him heavy. I think Mason Chapman is one of the better quarterbacks in the county. He showcases that. He's our leader out there. He gets the guys and the linemen blocking the right people, putting them in the right spots, and he can sling it. So we put a lot on his plate, and he's answering it. I think we just were saying he's over 1,000 yards already. We got 5 more games to go. He had a goal of his to make this year, so I think we can make that happen as long as stacking up the wins.
Yeah, and for Chapman, 11 touchdowns through these 5 games. He spreads it around. I think 3 different receivers have 3 touchdowns on the year as well. So it's not easy to just walk in there and game plan against the Bobcats right now on the offensive side. What about the defense? I mean, I see what Royal Palm has. They literally have 4 shutouts in all 4 of their wins this year, which is a quite intriguing stat. How do y'all shape up on the defensive side, and what unit, or at least what level of that defense has kind of stood out as one of your strong points so far?
Yeah, I mean, Royal Palm is going to be one of the best teams we played this year. There's no doubt about that. Their film don't lie, and their shutouts obviously don't lie either. I kind of brought that to the table with our defense and said, hey, look, guys, they put up points and they get shutouts on the contrary to the offense side. And we challenge these guys.
If you want to listen to the rest of Colin O'Neill and Theo Dorsey, we got to get to game time. It's starting up early over there at Royal Palm. You can listen on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We'll take a time out, and Christian Cat will pick it up on the other side as he's got your game plan coverage. Game Day, he's live on site, play-by-play at Royal Palm, Boca Raton, our HSS Game of the Week on ESPN 106.3.
Putting the ball behind the keeper takes lots and lots and lots of tireless work that leads to something brilliant. It's the same with PNC Bank. They take a smart, practical approach with your money so you can score brilliant financial goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865, and proud banking sponsor of Inter Miami CF radio broadcasts. Visit pnc.com/brilliantlyboring. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You lather, rinse, moisturize, and repeat. At this point, you're practically training for the Shower Olympics. But here's the twist. It's not your shampoo's fault, it's your water. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs your pores and dries out your hair. Culligan water softeners remove damaging minerals, revitalizing brittle hair and dry skin. Upgrade your shower system today for only $79 a month. Visit Culligan.com for more information, or just say,
hey, Culligan man!
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Welcome on into Royal Palm Beach. It's the home of the Wildcats, and it is home of this week's HSS Game of the Week. Boca Raton on the road taking on Royal Palm Beach. I'm Christian Cat on the call for the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, live on ESPN West Palm, alongside the coach Jimmy Bell for this matchup of 2 schools that are 4-1 on the season. For Boca Raton coming into this game, they are coming off a red-hot start so far to their season. For Royal Palm Beach, they just took their first loss of the season up north in Georgia after not allowing any points so far this season, going into their last game against Camden County. To see here tonight.
Well, so far so good. I think when you look at both of these programs, they're right where they want to be. and expect it to be at this time of the year. But the question will be answered tonight. Who's really playing the best football? All those mistakes that you made in week 1, week 2, they should be out the window. Play your best football now, because the team that wins tonight has about a 65% chance of going to the state playoffs.
And you look at Royal Palm Beach on offense, the home team in this HSS game of the week. They are led by their quarterback, junior Max Griner, coming into this game, 13 touchdowns, only 1 interception. He's also got a touchdown on the ground and can scramble for a little bit, about 20 rushing yards per game so far this season, 190 passing yards per game. And in the running back room, you have senior Tyreek Pearson and junior Demetrius Roll. Both will tote the rock so far, or throughout the night, to be expected. And then for Boca Raton, you look at their senior quarterback, Mason Chapman, who was spoken glowingly from Colin O'Neill, the Boca Raton Bobcats head coach. He's got 11 touchdowns, 5 interceptions on the season, 2 touchdowns on the ground, but he does not rush the football too often. And I was able to watch some tape on Boca Raton coming into this game. A big-time playmaker. He can go through you, he can go past you, is their running back, senior Adam Elman. 72 rushing yards per game with 2 touchdowns on the ground. He's also a threat in the pass game, averaging around 40 rushing yards per game. How important is it to have a playmaker at that part? And we'll talk about that next here on ESPN 106.3 for kickoff between Boca Raton and Royal Palm Beach here on ESPN High School Game Day.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztelac.com. That's 561-232-6366. aztelac.com. Keep your cool with Aztel Air.
Recently, I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Joshua S. Jew, who operates out of Good Samaritan Health Center through the Palm Beach Health Network, and he explains how Florida is in the stone belt when it comes to being at risk to developing kidney stones.
There's a 1 in 10 risk of having kidney stones. Down in the stone belt, which is the southern part of the United States, especially the southeastern part of the United States, that risk is even higher. A lot of that's due to dehydration, which is probably the biggest risk factor for kidney stone formation, as well as diet. Having high oxalate-rich foods can predispose to stone formation risk. Florida is right in the middle of the stone belt, so a much higher risk of having stone disease here.
That was Dr. Joshua S. Jew from the Palm Beach Network Physician Group. For a physician referral, call 866-654-2362 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com. Fall in Florida means one thing. It is almost time for the Clinics Can Help Golf Classic. This fun-filled event works to raise money to provide customized medical equipment and supplies to the many children in our area in need. Get your foursome together and join the festivities on Friday, October 24th at the exclusive East Point Country Club in Palm Beach Gardens. Make a difference in helping these children live a life of independence and dignity. Register today at clinicscanhelp.org.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
And we're back here live at Royal Palm Beach High School for the HSS Game of the Week, where it's Boca Raton Bobcats versus the Royal Palm Beach Wildcats. I'm Christian Catt on the call, seconds before kickoff here live on ESPN 106.3. And before we went to break, Coach, when you have a running back that can not only make the first man miss with his agility left to right, but with his brute strength going right through you, what does it do for your offense?
Well, it gives your offensive linemen the push that they need, because what you're saying is, listen, we can line up. We know we need to run the ball. We can do it. You can't stop us. You know we got to run. So you need that guy can be a home run hitter, but most importantly, like you said, he can put his hat down and make the defender pay if he's not ready to play football.
Well, both teams are ready to rock and roll. They've taken the field. Royal Palm Beach will get the football first as Boca Raton looks to be ready to kick this one away, and it is kicked deep to the middle of the field, returnable from the 5-yard line across the 10. 15, 25, 30. Broken tackle on his feet across the 45-yard line, across midfield. 45, 40, still going. 30, 20, 15, 10. End zone, is he in? Yes, he is. Touchdown, Royal Palm Beach. 95-yard kickoff return to the house to open up the scoring in this one. What a play from Demetrius Rice, the junior return man. One play, 95 yards.
And your Sam Curry starts just the way that you want. You get a return on a team that usually coaches don't think much about, which is special teams. But you got to practice that early on. The great Frank Beamer from Virginia Tech said, listen, we use special players on special teams because they can make the difference in a football game. And as you mentioned, 95 yards on the opening kickoff.
Barnett, Demetrius roll on the return from the 5-yard line, just followed his blockers, broke one arm tackle, and then was off to the races down the far sideline. On for the point after is Tyler Bradley, the freshman kicker for Royal Palm. Snap is dropped on the ground. It's still scooped up at the 15 and blown dead. The point after attempt is no good. So to open up the game, a 95-yard kickoff return for a touchdown for Demetrius Roll. The junior return man makes it 6-0 Royal Palm Beach after his opening touchdown, brought to you by Racetrack. Once again, folks, welcome on in on ESPN 106.3. That's the classic FM radio dial that you can listen to high school sports, especially during the fall under the Friday night lights. But new for 2025, you can watch the game, every single snap, tackle, fireworks play, highlight. Watch it on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, where you could have just watched Demetrius Roll's 95-yard touchdown return to start this game off. So one explosive play in special teams in the books. So now Boca Raton's offense will actually be the first unit that we see on the field, and this one led by their quarterback Mason Chapman this evening. So back on the field to kick this one away is Bradley after the fumbled snap on his point after attempt. It's returnable from the 20-yard line, 25 at the 30, 35, still on his feet, 40, 45, and brought down just short of midfield. The return man that time for Boca Raton. Looks like the recovery was Jamarcus Knoll, and Noel was able to not be the conventional return man. He wasn't back deep. He was kind of on that second to last level and was trusted with the football and made something happen, because sometimes you'll have special teams coach or head coaches say, if you're not a normal ball carrier, go down, because you are not used to carrying the football and it's a turnover waiting to happen. But Noel was ready for the moment. Bobcats offense on the field, 6-0 Royal Palm Beach. They struck first with that touchdown return to open up the game. Chapman starts in the shotgun with the ball on the 45-yard line. 1st and 10, Boca Raton. Two receivers right, lone receiver left. Elman to his left, high snap. It's gathered by Chapman, heavy pressure, and he gets brought down for a sack. Getting home, Rohan Wallery, the senior, on the first play from scrimmage, gets the sack, and a 4-yard loss on 1st and 10 to set up 2nd and 4.
Well, I can't tell you, C-Cat, how important that snap is, because when you snap it that high, the quarterback has to go up, get the football, then reset his eyes down trying to look for those rushers. But if you give it to him initially, he can see it and then get the football out, maybe even throw it away to one of his guys that's in a route. Even if it doesn't complete it, you don't lose 4 yards on that play.
2nd down and long. Behind the sticks now is the Boca Raton offense. Two receivers right, two receivers left in the spread formation for senior quarterback Mason Chapman. Slow snap, eventually gets it to screen pass. Caught at the 40-yard line, 45, jab step across midfield, stumbling on his feet and gets the line to gain for the HSS 1st down. Adam Elman converts on a big play on the screen.
So let me give you the mindset of an offensive coordinator, right? So they make a play, they being Royal Palm on the first play as a kickoff return. Then they make a play on the defensive side. So now they're fired up, right? I throw a screen up under them, get them up the field, rushing, thinking they got something, and we drop it off for a big 1st down.
Moving into plus territory goes Boca Raton on offense at the 43-yard line. It's 1st and 10 for Boca. Spread formation, it's a handoff up the middle. Elman on the carry. Gets wrapped up at the 40-yard line and gets stuffed right there. It's a gain of 3, setting up 2nd down and 7 for Boca Raton. Boca lost their first game of the season against Boynton Beach and has since rattled off 4 consecutive victories. Those are wins over Dwyer, Lake Worth, Forest Hill, and then Stoneman Douglas on the road last week. So 2nd and 7 for Boca Raton. Royal Palm has not allowed a single point in the state of Florida. They're coming off a loss where they played in Georgia. 2nd and 7 is a high snap again. Chapman throws a wide receiver screen on the near side. Broken tackle across the 40-yard line, and he stops right there. Catch that time was made from Boca Raton's Sonny Pepitone. 3rd down and 7 from the 40-yard line.
You know, give Chapman credit. He's catching that football as high, probably about 90% of the time. It's been too high. What the center is doing, instead of snapping the football right at his face mask, he's snapping it a little too high. He has to go up and grab it on the next level and try to get the ball out. That's pretty tough to do as a quarterback.
And, you know, I assume as a quarterback you need that automatic so you can think and see down the field or across the field rather than have to worry about protecting the football. 3rd and 7, another high snap. Caught by Chapman, fires it far side, incomplete. Looking to link up with Jerron Miller. The junior receiver had a little bit of space, but the throw was a little bit too wide, out of bounds. Incomplete. 4th down and 7 for Boca Raton. Chapman looking towards the sideline. It's definitely not in field goal range. And it looks like they will either go for it or pooch kick. One of the two options. 4th and 7 for Boca Raton. Royal Palm leads this one 6-0 with 8:41 to play in the first quarter.
Well, there's any quarterback in this county that can throw the ball on 4th down and get a completion, it's Chapman. He's one of those guys that's seen a lot of football. He understands what the defense is doing to him. He's just trying to get it out quickly.
4th and 7, Chapman, high snap, rolling to his right. Tucks it now, fires near sideline. Incomplete. It hit the hands past the line to gain of Jerron Miller, but he was unable to haul it in or blocked off from that sideline, so who's to say whether or not he would have had feet in bounds, but it was not caught either way. Turnover on downs. New Royal gets a stop on 4th and 7, and for the first time this evening, despite getting the football to start the game, we will see Max Greiner and the Royal Palm Beach offense on the field. 6 points on the board from their special teams unit on an opening kickoff return for a touchdown for the Wildcats. Greiner in the shotgun with the football on his own 40-yard line. Greiner claps his hands with 2 receivers left. Lone receiver right now drops back to pass. Fires it near sideline. Jump ball incomplete. Too far out of bounds. Trying to link up with senior receiver James Smith. A couple of options you'll see thrown by Greiner is out of the backfield. You might see Tyreek Pearson, Demetrius Gibson, James Smith, Jordan Johnson, all to be expected to receive targets here in the HSS Game of the Week from Royal Palm. 2nd and 10 for Royal Palm, each from their own 40. It's a carry up the middle, across the line of scrimmage, and brought down with a 4-yard gain to the 44-yard line. 3rd down and 6.
You know, Smith, a tall receiver outside. He's very linky, number 2. He can run. He's a senior guy, so you want to get him the ball in space, but also you got to try to establish the run. That's what you want on 2nd down. Get 5 yards, get you about halfway to that 1st down, and they got to try to stay on the field here if you're the Wildcats.
Demetrius Roll had the carry on that 2nd and 10 tote. It's now 3rd and 6 for Royal Palm. Under 8 to play in the first quarter, 6-0. Home team Royal Palm on top, and they've got the football. Line to gain is midfield. Greiner motions out his running back roll to the right side. Empty set now. Takes a snap, and Greiner fires across the middle of the field. It is caught for an HSS 1st down. Heavy traffic. But across the middle, as you mentioned, James Smith, that receiver, got open, made the catch, and made the conversion. Moved the chains all the way in plus territory to the 44-yard line. Gain of 12 on 3rd down. Greiner hurries up the offense, and it's a design quarterback run right side across the 45, 40. Bouncing it outside still and gets close to the line to gain. Won't move the chains, but gets a solid gain on 1st and 10. And I maybe misspoke when I said design quarterback run. That might have been a read option where Greiner read the right defensive end and took it and got a chunk. 8 yards on 1st down. It's 2nd and 2.
He did. He put it in the running back's belly, and at the last second, he snatched it out because he saw the defender going after the running back. And that's a great luxury to have at the quarterback position. Somebody can pull the ball down and run.
Greiner hands it off, roll up the middle. Roll gets the necessary yardage for an HSS 1st down. Moves the football to the 30-yard line. It's 1st and 10, Royal Palm.
it makes it so much easier in your offensive line when you have an agile quarterback. You just got to know, stay in front of your guy. If he tries to go right, push him that way, and the quarterback will read off your butt. So these offensive linemen have a great luxury of having a fast quarterback.
Roll checks out, Pearson checks in. And now Griner looking to pass across the middle of the field. It's caught for a big gain, 15, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown Royal Palm. In for 6 was Raul Brown. The senior gets pay dirt. And Royal Palm doubles up their lead, 12-0 Wildcats.
Another one of those tall receivers across the middle. Great luxury for a quarterback to have. He gets in your vision, and you see him, you put it right on the post. Hit him right in the middle of the field, no defender even in sight because they've all gone down the field with the rest of the receivers. You know they were in man-to-man. Easy touchdown for Royal Palm Beach.
9th reception of the season for Brown. 2nd touchdown catch of the season for Brown as the senior finds the end zone. You'll see him play on both sides of the football here this night. And snap, hold, kick is low, and it is no good low. Told you that the first point after Royal Palm was a fumbled snap, a bad snap really, and that one was an adventure as well. No good on the point after. 2 racetrack touchdowns from Royal Palm Beach to get this game started, and they lead 12-0 back in 30 seconds after this hydration time out. So brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. It's 6:37 to play in the first quarter. 12-0 Royal Palm leads.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
12-0 Royal Palm Beach has the lead over Boca Raton. Boca going to get the football back. But Royal Palm scores twice in the first half of the first quarter of this one. One a 95-yard kick return for a touchdown from Demetrius Roll, and the other was a touchdown catch by Brown. This one's returnable from the 15-yard line. Boca getting the football back across the 30, 35, and brought out of bounds short of the 40-yard line. Go return that time from the special teams unit of Boca Raton, and the Bobcats try to get momentum back on their sideline.
Yeah, I'm Coach Colin O'Neill. I got to settle my guys down. We've been hit with a couple of haymakers early on. Great kickoff return, and then a nice pass across the middle by Griner, just hitting the receiver wide open. But you've got to be able to settle your group down, get a couple of first downs, try to put some drives together here for your offense and give your defense a rest.
Adon Ellman in the backfield alongside his quarterback Mason Chapman. That duo of seniors trying to claw back into this game. Plenty of time to do just that. 1st and 10, it's a handoff. Ellman up the middle. Gains a modest gain of 3. 2nd down and 7. Ball spotted at around the 38-yard line. Line to gain is the 45. Boca Raton with the football down 12-0 with 6 minutes to play here in the first quarter. The HSS Game of the Week is live on YouTube. Watch every snap, watch every touchdown, every highlight on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. And you can listen on the FM dial, ESPN 106.3 FM. Handoff, Ellman gets it again. Jabs his feet in the ground and gets stuffed at the 40-yard line. It looked like he may have had a home run play possible there, but good recuperation from the Royal Palm defense to stop him at a 1-yard gain.
Yeah, that hole closed very quickly. This defense, a lot of speed. They're not big up front, but what you'll notice is that these guys get off blocks. They get in the backfield. They cause problems for these bigger offensive linemen on the Boca Raton side because of their quickness.
If you're watching the game, look for big number 55, Derek Patterson. He's got 8 sacks on the season. Can be a force to be reckoned with. 3rd and 5. High snap. Chapman grabs it, rolls to his right, fires on the near sideline, looking for his man. It's incomplete. Going up with one hand was Sonny Pepitone, but the senior was unable to haul it in. And it looks like you flinched over there too, Coach, because it looked like they had a big play opportunity there if we went up with two hands.
Yeah, you don't get many, and you're right. You hit it right on the head. You got to go up with two hands. He stuck his right arm out, but once you saw that the ball was a little too far, put your head down and run right under that. A beautiful pass by Chapman on the run, under pressure, but put it right where his receiver needed to help him out and make a catch on that play.
And it begs to repeat, the snaps have been high for quarterback Mason Chapman, maybe throwing a wrench in the gears of the Boca offense. 4th and 5, punt team on the field for Boca. Low snap, he catches it and boots it away. It's punted by Jamarcus O'Neal, and it's returnable from the 20-yard line at the 25, 30. Reversing field, 35, 40, following blockers, 45. Flag out at the 50-yard line is where the ball carrier gets brought down. Return that time was made by Royal Palm's Jacoby Wooten. But there is a flag on the return. It looks like this one might be backed up a little bit, depending on what the call is. And yes, they are looking at an illegal block against Royal Palm on the return to back them up further into their own territory. That flag was placed at the 38, so they'll assess the yardage from that spot. Officially starting this drive at their own 30-yard line is Royal Palm Beach. Wildcats lead 12-0 over the Boca Raton Bobcats. Royal Palm converted with a touchdown, their first offensive drive of the game. We'll see if they do on drive number 2. 4:52 to play in the first quarter. Royal Palm has the all-black uniforms. Boca Raton, Michigan Wolverines-style helmets, and then all white from down there. It's a handoff, right side on the draw play. Up to the 35-yard line, solid gain on 1st and 10, setting up 2nd and 5.
This offense, although they haven't been on the field much, then they got a lead, 12-point lead. They're pretty balanced. 4 runs, three passes. But the one thing that I'm noticing is they're reestablishing the line of scrimmage, 4 or 5 yards every time they carry the football through their running game, and that's a good problem to have.
That carry was by Kimbrough, one of 3 running backs at least you'll see a carries tonight. As Griner drops back to pass, quarterback for Royal Palm fires across the middle. It's going to be caught at the 42-yard line. Trucking forward, gets the HSS first down with ease. Spotted at the 50-yard line. Nice catch that time from Tyree Pearson. Out of the backfield. Just found that soft spot right in the middle of the linebacker core. 1st and 10, Royal Palm as you move the chains. At midfield, Griner fires it right side. It's going to be caught 5 yards on the field. Trucking defenders to the 35-yard line. It's a 15-yard gain to move the chains. An HSS first down.
This offense is just so in sync because Griner catches the football. He doesn't look for the laces. He's just going to throw it. So that's a great sign that him and these receivers, they're on the same page. They understand where they should be on the football field. He's putting it right on them.
That was Jordan Johnson on the catch. Now Griner with a handoff up the middle in the backfield. The Boca Raton Bobcats get a well-needed stop, at least on the early down situation. It's a gain of a half yard, 2nd and long from the 34.5-yard line.
Putting a lot of pressure on this defense because they go right back to the line of scrimmage. So they're trying to run with a little rhythm. You've got to be able to slow them down, make a play defensive if you're Boca.
Line against 25. Griner dropping back to pass. Good protection. Deep ball across the middle of the field. Just a little bit too long. Incomplete. Looking for Demetrius Gibson on the touchdown opportunity. But that ball was too far for Gibson to catch up with. It'll be 3rd down and 9.
Griner had that one back. He puts a little less air up under it. Maybe a little bit more air, I'm sorry. And he drops it right in there, right in the breadbasket because what you realize at that point is that there's no safety there. So you drop it right in there, let your guy run up under it. You're up 18-0.
3rd down and long for Royal Palm. Probably 2-down territory from here. Bunched receivers close to the line on the right side. They motion out running back Pearson to their right. Lone receiver on the left side. Ball middle of the field, hard count, and that'll be a free 5 yards. There's not one name you can call for the encroachment because the entire defensive line of Boca jumped across the neutral zone. 3rd and long. Actually, may have been a timeout called. And yes, that is the case, so no penalty yardage is going to be assessed. A sports certified, powered by Vitacost. Timeout on the field. 3:06 to play in the first quarter. Back in 30 seconds. It's Royal Palm 12, Boca Raton 0. Here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Breaking news on ESPN 106.3 is brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
This just in. We begin this hour with breaking news.
When news breaks, ESPN 106.3 has it covered.
We've had developments. ESPN 106.3 can now report.
When your vehicle breaks, St. Lucie Battery and Tire fixes it. Stay tuned to ESPN 106.3 for more breaking news. Brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
3rd and long for Royal Palm. Hard count, and Royal Palm was not on the same page on offense. You had their receiver, Raul Brown, go on a go route when everyone else on his team stayed pat. And that'll be 5 yards going backwards on offense for Royal Palm before this 3rd down snap. It's 3rd down and 14. I can tell you, Coach, I've been that guy who is worried about putting maximum effort, everything you got into this late down situation that you forget you're going on to. Here's 3rd and 14 for Royal Palm as Griner drops back to pass. Needs a lot of yardage here. Steps up, and he gets swallowed up and sacked. 4 different Bobcats meet at the quarterback and set Royal Palm Beach way behind the sticks for 4th and long.
Your Coach O'Neal, that's what you needed on that 4th down. You got to put pressure on the quarterback. Get him off the spot. Make him look at the rush. And if you can do that, now he doesn't have time. It's a long yardage play, so he doesn't have time to throw the ball down the field. They needed that defensively.
So Griner is jogging back onto the field. He's the quarterback, the junior for Royal Palm, and they will probably boot this one away. And, Coach, you're shaking your head. You think they're going to go for it here?
Yeah, they got a big receiver out here. I'm going to look one-on-one out here because there's no safety on this side. So I'm going to tell him, just run right at him, go around him. I'm going to throw the ball to the back. You just make a play. We'll get a touchdown.
4th and 20. Ball's at the 45-yard line in plus territory, and the line to gain is the 25. But a timeout is going to be called by the defense of Boca Raton before this play will begin. A sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout. We'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3's YouTube channel and on the FM dial, ESPN 106.3. What are the conversations being had in the huddles right here, Coach?
So I'm Boca. I burned a timeout because I realized from the box up here, we got a one-on-one with a 6'3" receiver. Our cornerback's not going to cover him. So if we're smart, we're going to go to a cover 2. We're going to put 2 safeties back, tackle anything that catches the ball in the middle of the field. But we got to be able to rally there, and everybody got to go to the football and get them off the field here on this 4th down.
Resetting the scene. Royal Palm Beach has the football, but they've got a tough challenge ahead of them. Ball at the plus 45-yard line. Line to gain is the 25. They lost a lot of yardage on a 3rd down sack. 2:13 to play in the first quarter. It's 12-0. Royal Palm on top of Boca Raton. Does the momentum shift here if the Bobcats can get a stop? 4th and 20, Griner in the shotgun. Trip receivers to the right, lone receiver to the left. As Griner drops back to pass, 3-man rush for Boca Raton. He steps up, fires it deep across the middle of the field, and it is incomplete. He was looking to link up with the receiver across the middle. It looks like Amari Woods, a freshman receiver, was running to the deep back quarter of the end zone, but the throw was a little bit too deep, a little bit too mustard on it from Griner. And it'll be a turnover on downs. Boca Raton gets their first stop on defense of the game, giving the football back to Chapman and their offense.
You see the mindset, listen, we're going to throw it deep because either way, if they get an interception, the ball's down there, we're good. But if we complete it for a 1st down or a touchdown, we're still in great shape. A good job by Boca of getting off the field, making a play on 4th down.
In the shotgun, quarterback Mason Chapman looking to lead the first successful offensive drive for Boca tonight. High snap, handoff, Elman bouncing it right side. Falls forward after being contacted at the line of scrimmage for a gain of 3 yards. 2nd and 7.
That snap, they got to work on that at some point because that timing, getting the ball down in the belly of the running back, I know we've covered it time and time again, but that 1 second that you throw it off stops your running back from hitting the hole with speed. It slows him up, and you got to fix it.
2nd and 7 for Boca. one receiver to the right, one receiver to the left, and a two tight end set. Elman in the backfield with Chapman. Another high snap, play action pass, slant route, dropped across the middle of the field, incomplete. Intended target that time was Boca Raton's Crew Gibson. The ball hit Gibson in the chest, but it was unable to haul it in. A little bit of contact from Royal Palm after the ball did hit the receiver, but nonetheless one he'd like to have back. 3rd and 7.
And that's unfortunate for the quarterback because he gets both of those incompletions. The one here on the sideline that we couldn't see because of the tent, but it looked like a first down, and that one right there. Chapman's putting the ball right on his receivers. They got to find a way to look at the nose and squeeze the football when it gets to their hands.
3rd and 7 for Boca. They've got the football on their own half of the field at the 48-yard line. Line to gain is across midfield to the 45. Chapman barking orders. High snap, drops back to pass. Fires it near sideline. Got a man open. It is caught at the 15, 10, 5 end zone. Touchdown, Boca Raton. Duron Miller in for 6. 52-yard house call.
And that's what he brings. If you give him time, he being Max Chapman, he's going to drop the dime in there every time. Beautiful pass. Couldn't throw it any better than that. The one before, what was missed by the receiver that put up one hand, it was also an opportunity to score a touchdown, but he gives you the ability to score at any place on the field because of his ability to place the ball at the right spot.
It's a touchdown brought to you by Racetrack. And Boca Raton finds the end zone and finds the scoreboard for the first time this evening. 1:19 to play in the first quarter. The point after, it's a fumbled snap. Fire call, rolling right, fires end zone. 2 Boca players are there, and it's caught by at least one of them. It is a good 2-point conversion, making lemonade out of rotten lemons. 12-8. As Boca Raton finds the scoreboard for the first time after a 52-yard touchdown catch by Duron Miller and that 2-point conversion fire call.
I can't tell you how often I've seen receivers go down the field. The ball is coming, right? But they get so excited they miss the football. Wide open down the field. But on that play that you mentioned, Mitchell watched the ball right into his hands, as a good receiver does, tracking that football, got his team on the scoreboard, and it all started because of their defense on 3rd down.
Duron Miller, the junior receiver, that's his 4th touchdown on the season. Mason Chapman really spreads it around. There are 3 different receivers of Boca Raton that have 3 or more receptions for touchdowns on the season. Crew Gibson, Sonny Pepitone, both have found the end zone 3 or more times in 2025. So Boca Raton finally gets something to cheer about on the visiting sideline, as many Bobcats fans have made the trip to Royal Palm. Not too far of a drive whatsoever. 1:19 remain in the first quarter. Stick around for the end of the first quarter, where Colin Russo will give us an update across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast for scores and updates around the area. Of course, ESPN 106.3, ESPN Top 63 is your home for high school sports in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. It's a low pooch kick to the 15-yard line, 20, 25. Tackled at the 35-yard line is the return man of Royal Palm. Looks like it was Jacoby Wooten, the junior return man, to set up Royal Palm on their own 35-yard line. It was a sack on 3rd down that really stifled the last offensive drive for Royal Palm Beach the last time we saw them with the football. We'll see if Boca Raton can keep their momentum going after parlaying a stop with a touchdown drive. 12-8, Royal Palm leads. They've got the football with a little over a minute to play in the first quarter. Griner barking out orders. Everyone's very close to the football. Trips receivers to the right. It's a pitch on that right side, overloaded side, across the line of scrimmage, 5 yards down the field, 10 yards down the field for the HSS first down. It's a gain of 12 to the 47. 1st and 10, HSS first down for Royal Palm. The carry that time was made by Demetrius Roll, the junior running back.
You get Roll gets the credit for that run, but around the right side, you've got to have these receivers engaging with a defender. Don't grab them. They're blocking. They're doing their job down the field, and that's how you play on Saturday afternoon if you can do that.
1st and 10, Wildcats. Royal Palm with the football on the 4-point lead. In the shotgun, Griner takes the snap, hands it off, up the middle, across midfield, 45, 40, 35, 30, brought down short of the 25-yard line. Nice carry that time from Roll once again for the HSS first down, and humming is the Royal Palm offense.
They are, and Roll, when he gets that, when he sees the film on tomorrow, he's going to say, woo, I should have gone left because I would have been walking into the end zone. There was no one there. He ran right into the defender, but great run nevertheless to help this offense.
1st and 10. Past the 25-yard line. Roll another carry. and he gets brought down at the line of scrimmage. No gain. The ball's at the 28, 2nd and 10 for Royal Palm Beach. Wildcats, all black uniforms, black helmets, Boca Raton with the blue and yellow helmets, and all white uniforms from the shoulders down. And that is the end of the first quarter. Colin Russo takes it from here for a 1-minute update across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Colin, are you there, my friend?
Yes, Christian, thank you so much. So what I have for you throughout the Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast is 6-0. West Boca is leading over Western. We're at the end of the first over there. On top of that, we haven't seen a ton of action. A couple lightning delays for a shocker from throughout the Palm Beach County area. I'll have more for you at the halftime update. Back to you.
Thank you, Colin. Back here on ESPN 106.3, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. The HSS Game of the Week is on the road, going closer to the station than we've been in several weeks, but going out west to Royal Palm Beach. Pair of a couple smaller schools than we've seen in recent weeks. It's 12-8, Royal Palm over Boca Raton as we enter the second quarter. Here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. If you are tuning in for the first time online, make sure you hit subscribe on YouTube. Subscribe on YouTube and share the link along with your friends. We're live on Facebook as well at ESPN West Palm, so maybe you can share that Facebook Live link into your Facebook groups or retweet on Twitter because we're live there at ESPN Top 63 as well. Many different ways to watch the HSS Game of the Week. So it is second down for Royal Palm. They have the football flipping field going from left to right on your radio dial on offense. Second and long from the 38-yard line. 4-point lead for the Wildcats. And I forgot to mention, it's the first in-state points that Royal Palm has given up on that Chapman touchdown throw, the previous snap. Here's a play-action pass across the middle of the field. Caught! End zone! Touchdown, Royal Palm. James Smith caught that football like a basket catch at the 6-yard line. It was smooth sailing from there. Royal Palm scores again. It's a touchdown brought to you by a racetrack from 28 yards out on second and long.
You put these receivers in a bunch set, and you can't find them as they come out if you're Boca Raton because they're crisscrossing, and so they use essentially what are natural picks. Smith runs away from his guy, ball's put right where he has to in order to get to the end zone. But a perfect pass there by Griner, just throwing it over the top, as you mentioned, just almost like a jump shot in basketball, three-pointer. Huge play for this offense.
Royal Palm's going to 2 to try to make it a 12-point game. Griner has 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. They're bunched very close to the football. In the shotgun, Griner rolls to his right for the 2-point conversion, fires it, end zone. Did it bounce into the receiver's arms? Yes, it did. Incomplete. No good 2-point conversion. So Royal Palm Beach leads 18-8 on that touchdown. That's 3 touchdowns on the game. No good on their 3 conversions. No good kicks on the point afters, and that 2-point conversion was unsuccessful. 11:52 to play in the second quarter of this one. 18-8. Royal Palm on top of Boca Raton. Again, second quarter here live on ESPN 106.3 and live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Boca Raton getting the football back.
In life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Return from the 10-yard line, past the 20-25, and brought down short of the 30-yard line on the near sideline. It's 1st and 10. Boca Raton going to get the football back, trailing by 10. 11:43 to play in this first half action. Both offenses finding some success, and on the return, there will be a hold called against the return team of Boca Raton to back up their drive and where it will begin. Coach, what have been your impressions on these 2 quarterbacks that have some experience under their belts? Junior Max Griner for Royal Palm. For Boca, it's senior Mason Chapman.
So far, so good. Both guys are throwing their receivers open. And what I mean by that, a lot of times guys will leave the ball behind the receiver or they'll lead them too far right into the defender, but their ball placement has been very impressive. Both offensive lines are giving them time. Just some small things they need to work on. Other than that, they're doing well.
So Chapman back out onto the field for the Boca Raton Bobcat offense. They're going to start with the football on their own 15-yard line. They motion over Pepitone from the wide out left to wide out right. 2 receivers on that right side. Play action pass. Chapman has to scramble, rolling to his right. Flags in the backfield, and he gets brought down for a sack. Barry backing up close to the shadows of his own goalposts, and your coach, you're indicating that's probably going to be a hold against the offensive line of Boca Raton.
Yeah, they may decline it because of the fact that they were able to sack him there. But again, this defense is teeing off on, just getting in the backfield. Nobody seems to be blocking at times. I just gave them credit and they let me down. So this defense is relentless up front. Again, not a big group, but a lot of speed.
Relentless is right. In the state of Florida, they have not given up any points coming into this game. Of course, Boca Raton changed that in the first quarter. Now 2nd and very long. Line to gain is the 25. The ball's inside the 5-yard line. 2nd and around 20. Chapman directing traffic, pointing out the defense. Now looking towards the sideline for direction. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right in the spread formation. Elman to his right. Chapman jumps up to catch the snap. Fires a deep ball near sideline. It is nearly intercepted, but it's incomplete. It goes through the hands of Raul Brown, the free safety. Coming over the top, I believe it may have just glanced his hands, but it's good help defense over the top, incomplete.
It did, and let me tell you something. He made up a lot of ground, did Raul, because he was out of position initially. The ball was actually thrown pretty good. The receiver saw him coming over, didn't want to get hit, but he almost made a great interception on that. Usually as a defensive back, you don't cover that much ground, but he did a great job of getting back to help his defense.
11:07 to play in the first half. 10-point lead for Royal Palm, and that defense is licking their chops. 3rd and 20. Ball at the 5-yard line on their own half of the field. Boca Raton needs to get to the 25-yard line and move the chains, and there's going to be a flag thrown. It looks like Chapman is trying to call a timeout, but he doesn't get one off. Instead, it'll be a penalty against Boca Raton.
Yeah, illegal substitution. You can't break the huddle with 12 men. You see saw a guy run off the field. It's too late once you break the huddle, but you can tell that this coaching staff, Coach O'Neill and the Bobcats actually trust Chapman, because usually you don't let a quarterback throw the ball from that deep in his territory, but they know that he's going to put it in place where only his guy can get the football. Great job by this offensive trying to get out a tough spot.
So at a 2.5-yard penalty essentially there, half the distance backwards to the goal. Ball at the 2.5-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 22. Chapman directing traffic, motioning out what was a fullback essentially. Now it's going to be a tight end to the left side. We'll see how conservative Boca Raton is here on 3rd and very long. High snap, it's a handoff, and Elman is swallowed up at the line of scrimmage. No gain, and Boca Raton will have to head to the sideline offensively and recoup as they punt this one away.
I can tell you that's not a problem that just started tonight with the snap. If you had a guy line up over the center, you say, okay, he's getting beat up pretty badly, but there's no one there. So the ball's just being snapped high. That's a problem they've had all in the summer camp. It continues on to the season. You got to correct it, but the punter's got to be careful here that he doesn't step out the back of the end zone, because if he steps on the white line, that's a 2 points for Royal Palm.
Punt team on 3rd and very long. Good snap. The kick was nearly blocked, but it gets away. Bounces at the 27-yard line. Returnable. Royal Palm will just fall on top of it at the 28-yard line. So Royal Palm's got fantastic field position. They are knocking on the door of the red zone before they take an offensive snap this drive. Again, they have the football at the 28-yard line in plus territory. 10-point lead for the home team, Royal Palm Beach Wildcats, who have turned over a new leaf, have been red hot to start this season and look to continue that impressive season led by their head coach, Sam Curry. 1st and 10 from the 28. Line to gain is the 18. 10-19 to play in the first half. Griner has 2 tight ends. Motion over one from the right side. It's a jet sweep. No, it's a quarterback run on a mesh across 5 yards down the field. Make it 10 yards and stiff arming the would-be tackler out of bounds. We'll see where they go. Mark him out of bounds, and they'll spot that football at the 20. 8-yard gain. 2nd and 2.
I'm telling my quarterback, listen, after you get all you can, get down, because you're so important to this offense. The timing of the throws, his ability to be a leader as a senior. You've got to be able to protect yourself physically because these defenders are coming. Got to get down if you can.
Griner only averages 21 rushing yards per game. Gets 8 of them right there. Motions over another fake jet sweep, drops back. Griner fires it, end zone at the goal line, going up and just short of the goal line. It's a big catch and an HSS first down. Goal to go for Royal Palm Beach. Nice catch made inside the 5 by Jordan Johnson, the senior. Goes up and makes the play.
Again, putting the ball right on your guy. Only he can catch it. The defender can't put his hand in there because the ball has such great placement. But more importantly is that he helped the quarterback on that. Behind him a little bit, but the defender was out of position.
Mark that football at the 3. First and goal, Royal Palm. Looks like a pistol set up for the Wildcats. Lone receiver right, lone receiver left on press coverage. Griner keeps it, runs across the 10, the 5, end zone, touchdown Royal Palm. Max Griner keeps it himself and scores his second rushing touchdown of the season. It's a touchdown from 3 yards out, brought to you by Racetrack. 8:58 to play in the second quarter, 24-8. Royal Palm on top before the point after.
Just a quick read there. Griner puts it in the belly of the running back, and then he's around the corner before you know what hit you. The defenders are looking at the running back. The ball is pulled out at the last second, and he goes around the curve, and that's how you have to play the position if you're going to do the read option.
So Royal Palm was no good on their 2-point after attempts, no good on their 2-point conversion attempts as they try to fix this up. And it will be another 2-point conversion. It looks like they're going to go with a Wildcat formation as Griner is not taking this snap. Instead, it's Pearson. Pearson takes it, runs it left side, directs snap to the running back, stretches forward, and he's in for 2. A good 2-point conversion turns this drive into 8 points for Royal Palm. 26-8. Royal Palm on top by 18.
You go back to the defense. What happened was when you get the quarterback, Max Chapman, and you sack him on first down, now they're backed up. They got to try to throw the ball down the field. You hold them, they got a short punt. Now you got a short field, and your offense capitalizes, and that's the mark of a great offense and a team that's growing up, because very easily this Royal Palm Beach team could have started to lick their wounds when what happened last week at Camden, Georgia, but they came back to Florida and said, we own the state of Florida so far. Nobody scored on us. We put up a lot of points as well.
So to kick this one away will be Tyler Bradley, the freshman of Royal Palm, trying to continue the momentum in the Wildcats' favor. Kicking it from his own 40-yard line. Boca getting the football back. It's kicked deep, but returnable from the 15-yard line on the near sideline across the 20, 25, 30. Sidestep, Elman breaks a tackle. Still on his feet, running east to west, and he gets brought down at the 30-yard line. Elman, never say die attitude. 8:49 to play in the first half. 26-8 the score. Royal Palm on top of Boca Raton. Big shout out to the Kaiser Seahawks. They're all about championships, both on the field and in the classroom. 26 national championships, including the men's tennis team, capturing their first ever NAIA title last spring. How about last spring's the three-peat for the men's lacrosse team? Kaiser football, they're off to a sparkling start, undefeated start. Kaiser's Sun Conference opener is this Saturday, October 4th versus Thomas. I will see you there. That'll be live on ESPN 106.3 and on the ESPN South Florida app. Get the latest in the championship Kaiser Seahawk athletic programs at KUSeahawks.com. It's a screen pass, tunnel screen, caught at the 30-yard line, 35, 40, still on his feet, brought down at the 41-yard line for an 11-yard gain on 1st and 10, HSS first down. A much-needed, successful early down play that time from Boca Raton. The catch and the conversion was made by Crew Gibson. 1st and 10, Bobcats. Ball on the left hash. 2 receivers left on that short side of the field. 2 receivers right on the longer side of the field. Elman in the backfield with Chapman. High snap. Elman gets the carry. Left side, spinning around and gains 3. Goes from the 41 to the 44. It's 2nd down and 7 for Boca Raton.
You can see, flashes with this offense, but they haven't had a lot of time on the field. Royal Palm has dominated the time of possession thus far, and not only that, when they had the ball, Royal Palm, they've scored points. So you got to try to put some points up here if you're Boca Raton.
Ball at the 44-yard line, short of midfield. Boca with the football, down by 18. Chapman, heavy pressure. rolls to his right, looking downfield to throw, fires far sideline behind his receiver, incomplete. On different pages that time were quarterback and receiver Javen Taylor.
The old scramble drill. So when the quarterback's out of the pocket as a receiver, the first guy's going to go long and the other guy's going to try to get in his sight. So just a miscommunication. You saw Chapman wave his hand to try to direct the receiver, but for some reason he didn't get the read. The ball was thrown out of bounds.
3rd down and 6 for Boca Raton. It's early in this game, but you got to imagine this play matters a lot. Chapman in the shotgun. He's got 2 receivers split out wide to the left and to the right. Ball in the middle of the field on this 3rd and 6. Got to get past midfield to the 49 for a first down. Fires it near side. Incomplete. It would have been an HSS first down if the pass was caught, but it was unable to be hauled in by intended target Jerome Miller. And Miller would have liked to have that one back. The throw was a little bit low, but it hit him in the chest and the hands, but could not be completed. 4th and 6 now for Boca Raton's offense. Chapman talking with his sideline.
Even though the throw was a little off, you got to make those catches. You got to help your offense because they're struggling right now. And Chapman, when he's at his best, when you give him time in the pocket to read, first, second look, he has time to throw the football. Threw it a little bit behind his guy, but you got to make that catch.
Going forward on 4th and 6. Got to get to the 49-yard line past midfield. Chapman drops back to pass on the good snap. Rolling to his right. Heavy pressure. Fires past the sticks. It's caught for an HSS first down. But there is a flag in the offensive backfield. It was caught and out of bounds past midfield to the 44, but a hold is called against the O-line of Boca Raton to back them up and replay 4th down. A back-breaking penalty for Colin O'Neill's bunch of Boca Raton.
Yeah, just when you think you got something going, your quarterback gets out of the pocket, goes around to the right side, and he puts the ball right where the receiver has to catch it just past the first down. Quick pass, but you get a hold on that, and that kills the momentum of that drive.
And here comes the punt team of Boca Raton. We've seen a couple of different players in the Bobcats punt the ball this year. Jamarcus O'Neal, the junior, will be the one that will kick this one away. Before he does that, a timeout is going to be called. Again, that's a sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout called on the field. 26-8. The home team, Royal Palm, on top over Boca Raton with 7:29 to play in this first half. Be right back on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztil Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Get a free duct cleaning with any new unit. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members earn an extra visit and $50 each year toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztilac.com. That's 561-232-6366. Keep your cool with Aztil Air.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
4th down and 16. It's punted away by O'Neal. Nearly blocked, but it gets it away. It bounces at the 45-yard line. Takes a good roll for Boca Raton. Rolls inside the 40 and gets touched down at the 38. So Royal Palm will start with the football on their own 38-yard line here on ESPN 106.3. It is the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. I'm Christian Cat on the call, alongside the coach, Jimmy Bell, for this matchup in Palm Beach County. Again, 7:18 to play in the first half, 26-8. Royal Palm on top. What has Royal Palm done so well that Boca Raton has not been able to match?
Well, their ability to move the ball offensively. When they got an opportunity, no matter where they've been on the field, whether it's a short field or going the length, they've been able to capitalize. And if I'm Sam Curry, I'm going to put the pressure on them right now. I'm going to go route offensively. They're back in that bunt set again where they've had confusion on the Boca Raton side, finding these receivers. I'm going to keep throwing the ball down the field until they show me they can stop us.
1st and 10, Royal Palm Beach Wildcats. On their own 38. In the shotgun, Max Greiner has had a lot of success so far this evening. And there's some miscommunication. Royal Palm direction to the sideline as jogging on out, having to get subbed in for is Alex DuBois. Out goes DuBois, in comes Brian Ferguson.
Yeah, equipment issue. Anytime the official sends a lineman off, it's usually for some type of equipment malfunction. He's got to go out one play. You don't have to call a timeout, but you can send another guy in for him. Let's play football.
1st and 10, Royal Palm. They lead by 18. Almost halfway through the second quarter. Griner claps his hands, takes a snap. It's a carry to left side. Great blocking across the 50, 45, and brought down short of the 40-yard line. Nice carry from Tyree Pearson. The senior running back shoots the gap and makes Boca pay. Move the chains for the HSS first down.
Too easy. You got to find a way to get a hat on a hat. Anytime a running back runs down the field 10, 12, 15 yards before he sees the first white jersey, they're doing a great job of blocking on the left side, but there's somebody that's missing their keys on the defensive side as well.
From the 42, it's a carry. Pearson again across the 40-yard line, dragging a tackler 7 yards. He gets brought down to the 35. It's a gain of 7. 2nd down and 3 coming up for Royal Palm.
There's no moral victories in football, but when you take your team on the road, and I listened to the pregame with Sam Curry, he said, listen, we won the second half. We got ourselves in shape, came back in that game. We didn't win it, get the outcome we wanted, but they grew up a lot.
Royal Palm is begging their band to stop playing while they're on offense. It's a run, left side, still on his feet is Pearson. He gets the HSS first down, gets the 3 yards needed, and about 15 more. Brought out of bounds or down at around the 20-yard line to move the chains for the HSS first down. And it will be a hydration break. It's a timeout presented by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. 6:13 to play in this first half. 28-6 the score. Royal Palm on top of Boca Raton. Back in 60 on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN Top 63 on YouTube.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Knocking on the door of the red zone is the Royal Palm Beach Wildcat offense. They've got the football in plus territory at the 21-yard line. 1st and 10, Royal Palm Beach. 26-8, Royal Palm leads over Boca Raton. Griner rolls to his right, fakes the pitch, heavy pressure, drops the football, scoops it back up, and gets brought down at the 31-yard line. A couple of Bobcats were there to make the stop defensively. Most notably, Colin Fisher, the junior, gets credit for the sack, backing up Royal Palm well behind the sticks. Boca needs more plays like that on defense to disrupt this well-oiled machine of a Royal Palm Beach offense. 2nd down and 20.
Yeah, they better, because it's going to get ugly real soon, because when you think about this offense, their ability to throw the ball down the field and change the direction they're going in an instance, it's very scary.
Griner in the shotgun, empty set, looking right, now looking left, firing far sideline. It is incomplete, but there is a lot of contact on that intended target, as running free, if he wasn't grabbed, was Raul Brown, so this might be penalty yardage given to Royal Palm against Boca Raton. And there's no automatic first downs in high school, right? So they'll get that penalty yardage, but not the automatic first down on 2nd and 19.
That's correct. But the thing about it is that's a good defensive play. If you're beaten, you got to grab the guy. You shouldn't be out of position anyway, but if you are beaten, grab the guy. Let's live to see another day.
So it was 2nd and 19, and it will now be replaying that down, except they're going to be given that 15 yards. So it's 2nd down and 4. Royal Palm with the football, 2nd and 4. Line of gain is the 11. In the shotgun, Griner rolls to his right, fires right, caught at the 10-yard line. Sidestep, staying on his feet, breaking ankles across the 5, and brought down at the 1-yard line. Shifty move after the catch. That time, it was Jordan Johnson on the catch and the HSS first down.
Yeah, Jordan Johnson, look, he sees the film tomorrow, he's going to be mad at himself, because you got to explode to the end zone. You got to smell it there. You're not going to get another opportunity right here. You got to score when you got a chance.
1st and goal from the 1. It's a carry. Pearson fighting forward, standing up, and he's in for 6. It's a touchdown brought to you by Racetrack for the Royal Palm Beach Wildcats, and they extend their lead. 32-8, Royal Palm on top with 4:34 to play in the first half.
Yeah, it's just been too easy for this, Royal Palm Beach team. They've got a lot of weapons offensively. They've made it look easy, but they've taken advantage of every opportunity when they had it, getting the offense on the field, scoring points, closing out drives.
It's a 2-point conversion attempt for Royal Palm to try to make it 34-8. Grinders in the shotgun. Bunched receivers to the right side. He drops back to pass for the 2-point try. Across the middle, and it's caught for 2. A conversion. The catch was made by Demetrius Gibson on the dump. The sophomore makes the catch. 4:34 to play in this second quarter, and Royal Palm Beach has seized control. Big time lead for the Royal Palm Beach Wildcats. We'll take a break and be right back here live on ESPN 106.3, 34-8. Royal Palm on top.
Touchdown. Racetrack is proud to support our local high school football teams. Whether it's Friday night lights or tailgate parties, Racetrack has whatever gets you going to fuel all the gridiron excitement this fall. Grab your favorite snacks, crispy chips, delicious Nathan's hot dogs, sweet treats, or our house-made pizza slices. Don't forget to quench your thirst with a variety of ice-cold drinks. Racetrack, your one-stop shop to fuel your football Fridays.
Returned by Boca Raton. It's fumbled for a second and now just dropping on top of it are the Bobcats at the 27-yard line. Boca Raton searching for answers, searching for sustained success on either side of the football, something they have not been able to have so far. 4:29 to play in the first half. 34-8 the score. Royal Palm on top of Boca Raton.
Yeah, it's been tough for Boca Raton because they haven't been able to sustain any drives. They've got too many mistakes mentally. Bad snaps, off of quarterback trying to put it in spots where the receiver can catch it, but you got to be able to squeeze the football. What we used to do back in the day, CCAP, we take a marker, a permanent marker, and put on the end of the football, we put the numbers, and every time you caught the ball, you said 7 or 6 or whatever number you saw. They've got to go back to those drills, back to the basics, and help their quarterback out because he too can sling it. Doesn't look as good as on the other side of Royal Palm, but he can sling the football around the field as well.
In under center is Chapman. It's a handoff the middle and going nowhere fast. Is the rushing attempt that time by Javen Taylor. The sophomore got tackled 1 yard behind the line of scrimmage. It is second down and long for Boca. They trail in this one by 26 points.
You got to try to chip away at this lead. You need a score here before the end of the half. You got to get some momentum if you're the Bobcats going into the second half, knowing that, listen, there's a long way to get back in this football game, but we got to try to chip away at this lead.
So second and long for Boca Raton. The Bobcats trying to crawl back into this one. Under 4 minutes to play in the first half. Chapman has 2 receivers left, lone receiver right, and a running back to his right in the backfield. Line to gain is the 37. Steps up, fires across the middle. Incomplete. Pepitone was the intended target, but that's news to him. His head wasn't really turned around, and he never knew that ball was coming in his direction. It's 3rd down and 10.
He's fighting with the defensive back, trying to get off the jam. And so the difference between these two offenses you asked earlier, another thing let me add here in the first half, Royal Palm has got formations. They're dictating to this defense by formation what they have to do. By that tight bunch set, they don't know where guys are going in or out, and that's confusing the other side for the Bobcats. On what Boca's trying to do is run down the field. You're not going to run by these athletes. Got to get quick passes and get the ball out very quickly.
3rd down and 10. Got to get to the 37 to move the chains as Chapman rolls to his right, fires to the far sideline, incomplete. Great coverage that time in the second level by Royal Palm. The play was well executed, firing all cylinders, but disrupted. can listen to ESPN 106.3 at your leisure. Always 24/7 streaming on the ESPN South Florida app. Chapman steps in the pocket, fires across the middle. It is deflected and intercepted. Playing Plinko in the secondary of Royal Palm Beach. Making the catch on several different deflections was Jermonte Kimbrough. And the junior has made several plays on defense tonight, and that time he catches one in for a turnover. Royal Palm gets the football back on the first drive of that Boca Raton offensive drive. Turnover, and the Royal Palm offense gets the football back with 2:48 to play in the first half. 40-8. Wildcats rolling.
Chapman tried to guide that one in there instead of throwing the football. He tried to guide it in, not throwing it too hard, but nevertheless, it went off his wide receiver's hands, and the defender, as you mentioned, was right there for the interception.
From the 44-yard line, short of midfield, Griner throws a swing pass. Near side, caught at the 40-yard line, across to the 45. Stiff arming, fighting forward across midfield, 45. Still moving his legs, still not down at the 40-yard line, dragging Bobcats at his feet across the 40, and eventually, mercilessly, is brought out of bounds short of the 35-yard line. He's worked that football to the 37. Just would not say die on that play. Demetrius Roll. First and 10. Royal Palm after that HSS first down on the swing pass out of the backfield. Griner in the shotguns. Got trips left. Lone receiver right. Another swing pass. Left side this time. And it's incomplete. Got to be very careful there for Royal Palm. It nearly was either a lateral or a backwards pass. But the whistles blow. Incomplete pass the call. 2nd and 10.
You know, on that previous play, you know who gets the credit for that?
Who's that?
Forget about the guy who caught the ball. The conditioning guy, the strength and conditioning guy. He says, look, see, I told you, we did all those squats, we did all these things in the weight room, and that's what you have to do. Coach Curry talked about it in the pregame. Listen, we got in the weight room. The kids brought after it. I'm a new coach, but we put that message out from day one. We got to get stronger, faster, and that's what they've done, and that's why they've been so impressive here in the first half.
Coach, what was your favorite workout in the offseason for conditioning, for being the guys that are not hands on the hips, out of breath in the fourth quarter?
We knew we had to run. We went to the beach quite often, and that told against other teams. We got to the 3rd and 4th quarter. We ran them out of the stadium.
Throw across the middle of the field, caught at the 30-yard line, ripped down, past the line to gain to the 25. HSS first down. Nice play that time made by Oakland Bryant, his first catch of the game. Running on the beach is different. You feel it in your legs, don't you? Just every muscle there.
Yeah, and also going to Dyer Park. I mean, just being mentally and physically in shape, we knew we had a different advantage come 3rd and 4th quarter, and teams, they felt it once we were up with the lead.
Griner to the end zone, incomplete on 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Was looking for 6 right there to Demetrius Gibson, but the throw was too far over the head of that sophomore target.
One thing about Griner, because his ability to run, he can look down the field and take that last second to come out of the pocket, because he has a clock in his head. He knows when to get out of the pocket, and that's what growth. Time has given him that. We've seen him for the last couple of years throw the football down the field. He's gotten better, but ball placement has been his greatest asset tonight.
2nd and 10 from the 25-yard line. Royal Palm Beach has the football, and they have a well ahead at home with a packed house as you see this community wrap their arms around this football program. Throw across the middle of the field. Good play made on the ball that time by Boca Raton's Story. The sophomore looks like he had eyes in the back of his head because he was dropping back into coverage, eyes away from the quarterback. He throws his right hand up to get in between the pass and the target. 3rd down and 10 for Royal Palm Beach. Story makes a nice play in that secondary.
I was chuckling earlier. The band was playing as the offense was trying to run a play, and the team wanted them to stop. But it's been so long since Royal Palm has been successful. They said, we're not stopping. Got momentum.
Griner steps up and gets sacked at the 30-yard line. It's a loss of 5 yards on 3rd and 10. And Boca Raton gets a good stop on 3rd down to stop the bleeding for the time being.
Yeah, in the stands, you've got people with signs saying, let's go, and something we haven't seen in a long time from the Wildcats. There was a time where they were a very good football program. They're trying to get back to that. So that new era, that new thought process is what's been infused. And if you're a Wildcat fan, you appreciate it. You needed that. It's been a long time coming.
And there are things to do on Friday nights, right? If you're a football program, you need to give the community a reason that they can't miss your game when you're at home. You know, I covered football in Oklahoma, where there are some towns where 20 miles north, 20 miles south, 20 miles east and west, and there's nothing else to do. Right. So there'll be people in those stands no matter what, if you're 0-10 or 10-0. But in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, oftentimes there's plenty of competition. You kind of see the same reality in Miami for professional sports teams and collegiate sports teams, where you got to be good to get the attention of the community. As the timeout was called, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by VitaCost. 42 seconds remain in the first half. It's 40-8 Royal Palm with the football, with a 4th and 15 coming up. Line to gain is the 15-yard line. They're backed up to the 30.
Let me tell you why that is, in my opinion, because so often what you see now is kids that haven't been able to be guided in the same community or raised in the same community. So there's so many implants, people from different places. And when you have a successful program, it starts to, that success is you see them in the stores, you see them in the Burger King or wherever, McDonald's. People are saying, we want to go to the game on Friday. And so start to build a community around these kids and rally and help them to have success on the field.
Backwards pass. It's a double pass. Looking to throw into the end zone on 4th and 15. Incomplete. In the end zone was Raul Brown. He was there. He was open, but Jacoby Wooten caught the first pass and just led him a little bit too much. It's a turnover on downs, and Boca Raton gets the football back and gets the stop on the trick play for Royal Palm. 37 seconds to play in the first half. 40-8 Royal Palm with the lead. Boca Raton with the football.
So often I remember going to see and play games in Belgrade and Pahokee. That was community football. Everybody from that town was born there. They knew each other. And so you saw the stands packed every week. On the East Coast, however, there's always someone coming from a different place, New York, Chicago. They don't know the kids. So the more you start winning, I believe that infusion of love for the game starts to come back, and that's what we need on Friday nights.
Love of the game, that's all about ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Stick around for the halftime show because you'll hear updates from across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Will there be a shakeup in the ESPN West Palm top 10 based on a game like this one? And it's a dump out to the running back Elman as he scampers for 5 yards on 1st and 10 to the 35. 2nd and 5 coming up for Boca Raton. They don't use the timeout. The clock continues to roll, under 20 seconds to go. Boca Raton hurrying up, however. 15 seconds now on the clock in the first half. In the shotgun, Chapman snaps it with 12 seconds to go in the half. Quick pass caught at the sticks, and a big hit made at the line to gain. What a hit by Jacoby Wooten. And the clock will continue to roll, and that will be the end of the first half. Wooten ends it with a bang. At the end of 2, 40-8, Royal Palm Beach makes a statement on the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. We go to the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime show. Colin Russo will take it from here, and we'll pick it up back when they resume things here with third quarter action on ESPN 106.3. 40-8 the score. Royal Palm on top of Boca Raton on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Hi, this is Scott Smith of Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur. And most certainly, never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Recently, I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Joshua S. Jew, who operates out of Good Samaritan Health Center through the Palm Beach Health Network, and he explains how Florida is in the stone belt when it comes to being at risk to developing kidney stones.
There's a 1 in 10 risk of having kidney stones. Down in the stone belt, which is the southern part of the United States, especially the southeastern part of the United States, that risk is even higher. A lot of that's due to dehydration, which is probably the biggest risk factor for kidney stone formation, as well as diet. Having high oxalate-rich foods can predispose to stone formation risk. Florida is right in the middle of the stone belt, so a much higher risk of having stone disease here.
That was Dr. Joshua S. Jew from the Palm Beach Network Physician Group. For a physician referral, call 866-654-2362 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com.
Hi, this is Scott Smith of Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur, and most certainly never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Hi, everybody. Colin Russo here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We got you covered. Our HSS Game of the Week, 40-8. Not a close one between Royal Palm and Boca Raton. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Colin Russo, we got Mike Russo and Leo, as you saw on the stream. Safebound Moving and Storage, it's your halftime update. Families are safe with Safebound. It's South Florida's most trusted moving company. Safebound is a strong supporter of the high school community right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast because they got you covered. It's family-owned. It's a team trained of experts. It's based in West Palm Beach and serves all of Florida. That's Safe Bound Moving and Storage. It's whether you're even moving out of Florida from another state or moving into Florida from a state. Safe Bound Moving and Storage has all the experience, expertise, and the 5-star customer service that you can rely on as you make your move. That's Safe Bound Moving and Storage. So I have a handful of updates from around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast in terms of scores, but I don't have as many as I usually do because I think there's a couple delays from throughout the county. Surprise. But what I do have, outside of our HSS game of the week, where Royal Palm is up 40-8 over Boca Raton at halftime. West Boca's up over Western entering halftime. It was 20-0 last we saw over there. Pahokee was up over Lake Worth. I saw 13-0 in the early parts of the second quarter. Don't have a complete update outside of that. Jupiter, Jason Cradman and company. We'll probably talk to Coach Cradman for quite a while post-game. They were winning 29-0. Wow. But the 29-0 Jupiter over Suncoast in the second quarter entering halftime. Martin County's up over Palm Bay. I saw 14-6. I don't have an update if it went to half, but I see 14-6. Olympic Heights over Park Vista.
I'm Ellie Anajar of Anajar and Levine. Injured in a car crash? Never rush to settle with insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anajar and Levine. Our experienced legal team will fight to win you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call me, Ellie Anajar, for a free consultation and take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Couple technical difficulties there. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Olympic Heights is up 22-0 over Park Vista. It's Colin Russo and Mike Rizzo with the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We got your halftime score for Royal Palm and Boca Raton. 40-8 is the score over there. Safe Bound Moving and Storage halftime score update. Also, if you notice a high school athlete in the Palm Beach County area, boys or the girls side as well, any sport, and you want to nominate them for their performance on the field and off the field, you can nominate them for the Land Rover Player of the Week by DMing ESPN West Palm. Leads the new 2020. Leads the new 2026 Range Rover Valor P250S today. I'm sorry. If you guys knew what was going on at the City Play Studios, you would laugh too. Say it's Armageddon today because the score. All right, here I'm gonna give it to you straight. The computer shuts down. We don't know what's going on there. It's raining. It's thunderstorms. We don't have scores. Damian Perez is not here today. Everything's going wrong. But we got you covered here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Because once again, the ranked Land Rover Player of the Week, all the athletes from throughout Palm Beach County get honored. You can check out our YouTube and Twitter at ESPN West Palm, where Kate Chumson does a terrific job. Our Land Rover Player of the Week, the 2026 Range Rover Valor P250S. You can get that today at Land Rover Palm Beach for only $749 per month with a 36-month lease, or come see the new 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 a month. Head over to Land Rover Palm Beach today. It's located on Okeechobee Boulevard, just past the Turnpike, or visit LandRoverPalmBeach.com today to test drive any of their luxury cars. That's Land Rover Palm Beach, above and beyond. To circle back around on the scoreboard side of things, Royal Palm is up 40-8 over Boca Raton. West Boca is up 20-0. Pahokee is up 13-0. Jupiter 29-0 over Suncoast. Martin County is up 14-6. And Olympic Heights is up over Park Vista 22-0. Martin County up over Palm Bay. These are all second quarter scores. I do not have half times, but based on what I've seen from throughout the Palm Beach County area, we're all closing on half. This game started early, our HSS game of the week. So to circle back around, West Boca. And as for the games yesterday, actually, but Cardinal Newman won over Goldman. So that was an easy one for them. They're back in the win column. 3-2, that team is. Jupiter Christian, maybe we'll talk to Coach Baz Alfred. They won yesterday over Tradition Prep as well. Maybe we'll talk to Coach Jason Cradman of Jupiter Warrior Football. And we got a lot more to do as we continue on with our coverage of our HSS Game of the Week, where you can see all this good stuff. HSS Florida. In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise that you'd expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With two convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. So closing in on the second half of Royal Palm and Boca Raton. We'll see if Coach Colin O'Neill can get those guys back into the thick of things, down 40-8 at halftime. They're going to need some momentum and some momentum quickly. We'll get you some scoreboard updates as we enter into postgame. We'll have you up until 11 p.m. We'll send you off into break in the meantime, and Christian Cat will pick it up on the other side of things. We'll have coach interviews all throughout the night right here on ESPN 106.3, also streaming live on our Twitter and YouTube and Facebook at ESPN Top 63. You can catch us all there from throughout the game up until 11 p.m. So we got you covered on ESPN 106.3 and the all high school coverage in the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast there. Stay tuned for that. On the other side, you will see our HSS Game of the Week second half between Royal Palm and Boca Raton. That's all to come. It's Colin Russo with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Touchdown! Racetrack is proud to support our local high school football teams. Whether it's Friday night lights or tailgate parties, Racetrack has whatever gets you going to fuel all the gridiron excitement this fall. Grab your favorite snacks, crispy chips, delicious Nathan's hot dogs, sweet treats, or our house-made pizza slices. Don't forget to quench your thirst with a variety of ice-cold drinks. Racetrack, your one-stop shop to fuel your football Fridays.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
This is the Inter Miami save of the game.
This is Coelho with a shot on target, but a diving save. Oscar Ustari, first save of the game for Oscar. It was a nice ball roll by Coelho, got him free, put a shot on target, but Oscar met it right there on sight. Big save.
Brought to you by PNC Bank. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Mike Rizzo here with the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management program. When you think of successful teams in the NFL, the New England Patriots are certainly at the top of that list. Well, that success is getting even more lucrative on the dollars side. Robert Kraft, owner of the New England Patriots, who bought the team for $172 million in 1994, is agreeing to have two buyers cut a deal to buy an 8% stake in the Patriots. This will now make the Patriots team valuation at $9 billion. More money for the Patriots. This is the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management program. Accelerate your career in sports with the program committed to developing top-notch executives and managers with a focus on the job placement for students and graduates. The Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management program.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
At St. Lucie Battery and Tire, batteries came before tires. We've been selling and servicing all types of batteries for over 50 years. So when you need a battery for nearly anything, we have it, as well as the fast professional installation you need. We carry premium batteries for all your needs: automotive, commercial, marine, RV, and specialty. We also offer delivery and on-site installation, serving our customers quality products for over 50 years in the home of honest, reliable service. Go to slbt.com and book your next appointment.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Colin Russo, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. The Safebound Moving and Storage halftime update. Looks like a little weather issues, perhaps, at Royal Palm and Boca Raton. It should be getting started here in just a couple of minutes. We got you until then. But with a big sports weekend, college football, the baseball, NFL, there's a lot to watch this weekend, and there's no better place to watch said events at like a Duffy's Sports Grill. Think about 80 TVs. They're a proud supporter of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Duffy's is once again voted the best sports grill because they got award-winning burgers and wings. They got weekday lunch deals from the Duffy's Double Play, which is just $7.99. You could sign up for free and get their Duffy's MVP card and start earning rewards today. Why go anywhere without getting rewards? And they got 80 TVs in each location. Never miss a minute of any game. The biggest bouts, Duffy's has them all. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. In terms of scores, our HSS game of the week, 40-8 is the score between Royal Palm and Boca Raton. Royal Palm, a 32-point lead at halftime. West Boca is up over Western, 20-0. Pahokee is up over Lake Worth. Entering halftime, I saw 13-6 was the last time I saw the actual score there. Park Vista is up over Olympic Heights, 22-0. Pahokee, still 13-0 last we saw on that front. As to the other ones, Martin County is up over Palm Bay 14-6. Those are your updates that we have from throughout the Palm Beach County area. Westwood on top of that as well. We have the score from Westwood. Kings Academy is up over Somerset Key 28-7. That is the halftime score there. Heritage is up at half over Somerset Canyons. That is 7-6. Westwood is up 6-0. They got 3:38 left to go in the half. So those are some of your scoreboard updates from all around the Palm Beach County area. What we'll do is we'll take a couple minutes here, and we'll throw it back to Christian Catt in just a couple of moments, where he's got you for the second half of our ESPN West Palm High School Game Day coverage, the second half of Royal Palm and Boca Raton. You can catch that on our YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter /X at ESPN Top 63. That's all to come. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3.
At St. Lucie Battery and Tire, batteries came before tires. We've been selling and servicing all types of batteries for over 50 years. So when you need a battery for nearly anything, we have it, as well as the fast professional installation you need. We carry premium batteries for all your needs: automotive, commercial, marine, RV, and specialty. We also offer delivery and on-site installation, serving our customers quality products for over 50 years in the home of honest, reliable service. Go to slbt.com and book your next appointment.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Exiting the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report. We're back here at the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather at Royal Palm Beach High School. The Wildcats, the home team, Royal Palm Beach on top, 40-8 over Boca Raton. Really, in all three phases of the game, we've seen Royal Palm Beach control this game at their will.
That they have, and I've watched the offense grow up right in front of us because their ability to use their speed and dictate to this defense what they're going to do has been beautiful to watch here in the first half.
It's kicked away and returned by Boca Raton. They will start the second half of the football if they don't fumble the football. Ball's loose. It is picked up by Royal Palm. Scooping up the ball and giving the ball to the Wildcats is Javaro Mitchell, the senior DB playing on special teams. May have just started the second half similarly as the first half of this game began, with a big play on Royal Palm Beach special teams. But is there a flag on the field? And they are going to give the football to
Boca Raton. They said the momentum was stopped. So
okay, the blue play dead before the ball did eventually come on out. Thank you for listening on the ESPN South Florida app to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. 11:50 to play in this third quarter. Boca does have the football to start the third quarter. From the 24-yard line, make that the 25-yard line. 1st and 10, Boca Raton Bobcats on offense trying to have a clean slate here. It is a handoff, left side, fighting on forward and gaining 5 yards on first down, setting up 2nd and 5. To the 30-yard line goes the tailback of Boca.
You know, this offense of Boca has had some success, but the problem has been the speed of this defense. Has been in the backfield, giving, you know, Max Chapman problems. The snap has been high for him, so they've got to try to have a cleaner, smoother half here in order to get back into this football game.
2 receivers right, lone receiver left for Boca Raton. Tailback to the right of quarterback Chapman. Directing traffic, pointing out possible blitzers. But the linebackers of Royal Palm, they do send some pressure. It's a run up the middle. Elman gains 4, short of the line to gain, which was the 35. It's 3rd down and 1 for Boca Raton. Just going forward is the Boca Raton offense. Not something they were able to say in the first half.
Yeah, they're getting a little momentum again here in the second half. You got to find a way to put together some drive, finish on the other, and try to get points out, because Royal Palm, each time they've had an opportunity with the defense set them up or the offense just on the field, they've had success scoring points on the offensive side.
3rd down and 1, but before the huddle is broken by Boca Raton, a whistle's blow and a timeout looks to be called. And yes, a timeout is the case. We'll take a break. Be back in 30 seconds. The timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. With 1 minute elapsed in the third quarter, it's 40-8, Royal Palm on top.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and brands.com. That's talent acquisition at goodkarmabrands.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Ball at the 34-yard line for Boca Raton. They've got a 3rd down and less than a yard coming up here. The Bobcat offense on the field to start this second half. 32-point lead for Royal Palm there on defense. In the shotgun is Bobcat quarterback Max Chapman with 2 receivers to the right. It's a handoff. Elman fighting forward. It's close, but it looks like he got the necessary yardage for an HSS 1st down to move the chains. 1st and 10, Boca Raton starts their second half with a conversion.
Well, that's good. You've got to get some positive plays going if you're Coach O'Neill on the Boca Raton side, but you've got to also realize the clock is not your friend. You've got to find a way to speed up the tempo, maybe call 2 plays. Don't go one-dimensional. Don't just throw the football down the field, but you've got to find a way to get a little rhythm here in the second half.
1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Bobcats with the football down by 32 as Chapman drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, throws it left side, deflected and incomplete. Good coverage by the secondary of Royal Palm. And, through the radio airwaves, it's hard to communicate when a secondary is doing a very good job because you're worried about who's touching the ball, who makes tackles. But they have really well covered all of the weapons of Boca Raton so far this evening. We talked about how there is not just one guy you have to key on and double team, and Max Chapman has several different receivers he likes to throw the football to, and they've been covered all night.
They have, but again, you have no threat down the field of speed. So on the other side for Royal Palm, I just got a little text a little while ago, 85% of their players are from the Belglade area. So, historically, Glades has a great number of guys who have speed. That helps on the defensive side, not only on the line, but in the secondary as well.
Under 10 to play in the third quarter. Boca with the football, 2nd and 10 from the 35 on their own half of the field. Elman on the carry up the middle, and he gains 4 to set up 3rd and 6 coming up from the 39-yard line.
5 plays here in the second half, 4 have been runs. Again, if you're down by 32 points, you've got to find a way to get a little momentum here, get speed, move the ball much quicker than what you're doing if you're on the side of the Bobcats.
So 3rd down and manageable here for Boca Raton. They have struggled mightily on the offensive side of the ball, scored 1 long touchdown and hasn't been anything since. In the shotgun, Chapman's got 2 receivers to the right, 2 receivers to the left, drops back to pass, pressure, tucks it. Now he's going to tuck it and run and gets hit at the line of scrimmage, gets brought down at the 40-yard line. Just a gain of 2 yards, and it'll be 4th down and 4 coming up for Boca Raton.
Every down is 4 downs here if you're Boca because you're so far out of the game. But to Chapman's defense, by the time he gets back to the spot, he's in the shotgun. He drops back to 7 yards. There's already somebody impeding his progress. So offensive line got to do a little better job of giving him time up front. I know it's easier said than done, but you've got to give him time to survey the field.
4th and 4 for Boca Raton on offense. As they try to convert on 4th down here, down by 32 with 8:35 to play in the third quarter. Getting late early at Royal Palm Beach High School, the home of the Wildcats. Both teams coming to this game 4-1. Royal Palm coming off a loss. Boca Raton coming off 4 straight wins, and there's miscommunication between the center and the rest of the offense as everyone started to move except for the center snapping the ball. So it's a 5-yard penalty to back up Boca Raton to a 4th and 9 coming up for Boca Raton. And now there goes the punt team onto the field to wave the white flag on this offensive possession, giving Royal Palm Beach the football back. Back deep to return for Royal Palm is Kimbrough, who's had a couple of plays tonight, and Demetrius Roll, who has a kickoff return for a touchdown to start the game off. A good omen for things to come. So punt team out on 4th and 9. High snap, caught at the 35, taking his time and booting this one away. No pressure from Royal Palm as they send bodies back to block. At the 25-yard line, 30, 35, block at the 40, 45 on his feet, rolls past midfield. He's in plus territory to the 48-yard line. 1st and 10, Royal Palm Beach. It's been good field position all night long for the Wildcats.
It has. Special teams, defense, everybody set them up just right for their offense. But again, he makes one man miss, he's gone to the house because there's no one else there. But this offense, I'm impressed because you got a lot of big guys out at the receiver position. Nobody's complaining. They're throwing the ball around, pitching it, making sure guys get their touches. And I think that's the thing that has had them had so much success here in the first half. A lot of guys touching the football.
Sam Curry preached it in pregame. The Royal Palm Beach fan base has preached it all season long. It's not Royal Palm Beach Wildcat. It's New Royal, a new standard of success here in 2025 for Royal Palm Beach, and we are witnessing it up front and personal. Handoff up the middle, fighting forward, still on his feet. There he goes, Tyree Pearson, leaving bodies in his wrath. It's Tyree Pearson fights forward for a big gain of over 25 yards to the 24-yard line. 1st and 10, Royal Palm Beach. Rolling the clock, under 7:30 to play in this third quarter. Royal Palm seizing control of this one in the first half, and they've carried that momentum here in the third quarter. Griner, play action pass, fires it, end zone. It is caught. What a catch made! A basket catch over his shoulders. James Smith again for 6. Pardon, they're going to call him down, I believe, inside the 5. My mistake, as the chalk lining with the weather and the rain we've had is getting worn down across the field. It looked like he was in. A nice play was made by James Smith. Actually, you know what? No, did I miss the touchdown call, Coach? It looks like, yes, the point after crew comes out onto the field. It's a touchdown brought to you by Racetrack as Smith finds the end zone, as he has really showed his athleticism all night long today.
Yeah, he has. He looked back at the defender, back up at the ball, back at the defender to see where he was, and just kind of got his body in between. You can tell he's a basketball player as well, but just throwing the ball right where the receiver can only he can catch it, almost shielding the defender so he can get to the football.
Here's the kick. It is up, and it is good. A good point after makes it 47-8. Royal Palm Beach tacks on and is well in control of this one with a 39-point lead over Boca Raton at the HSS Game of the Week, as the Wildcats have come out strong on special teams, running back the opening kickoff for a touchdown, as no one could bring down Demetrius Roll. And then it's been all Wildcats from the jump with this big 39-point lead. Back in 30 seconds on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
And we're back here live on ESPN 106.3 and YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Royal Palm going to kick this one back to Boca Raton. 5:30 remaining in the third quarter. It's kicked deep and returnable for Boca Raton, but actually rolls out of bounds at the 16-yard line. So Boca Raton will benefit from better field position after the flag comes out for the kick out of bounds. Stick around for the postgame show on the airwaves of the FM dial, ESPN 106.3, where Colin Russo will try to make sense of the games that have gone to lightning delays and final scores that we do eventually get. You know, it is still technically hurricane season despite nothing really hitting the coast so far in our area especially, but those rain showers have wreaked havoc across the area, especially for our outdoor high school sports, trying to avoid the electricity. Boca Raton with the football starting at their own 35-yard line, 1st and 10 Bobcats. And before this play gets underway, some whistles blown and a timeout called by Royal Palm Beach. Sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout. We'll be back in 60 seconds. 1st and 10, Boca Raton on the other side on ESPN 106.3.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
First and 10, Boca Raton. It's a carry across the middle of the field. Ball's out. Still loose. It's like a slippery, just a melon if you played that in the pool before. And the ball's still loose. Fighting for it at the bottom of the pile are Wildcats and Bobcats. And judging by the body language of Royal Palm, they think they have it. Waiting for the official rule from the fellas in stripes. And yes, it is Royal Palm Beach football. A struggle of a night gets a little bit worse for the Boca sideline as it is a turnover, a fumble, and Royal Palm gets the football back as this one is getting a little bit non-competitive. It's 47-8, Royal Palm on top, and Royal Palm gets the football back.
Yeah, I don't think either coach saw this coming into this game. You know, both teams coming in 4-1. You know, Boca had scored a lot of points, played some good football, but tonight they've made so many mistakes on the offensive side, which has trickled over to the defense, and now they're getting to the point where they're fumbling the football and just not playing characteristic of the way in which Boca Raton plays week in and week out.
First and 10 from the 42. In plus territory is Royal Palm Beach with a commanding blowout lead. Stacked receivers to the left and to the right. And there is a flag before this ball is snapped. Offside's going to be called, or excuse me, a false start going to be called against Royal Palm Beach to back them up 5 yards. Actually was offsides called against Royal Palm. No one flinched. I think they lined up offsides and blew the play dead. First and 15 as Griner steps up back in the pocket, steps up in the pocket now, and now tucks it and runs across the 45. Broken tackle, and a flag comes on out. He gained a couple of yards on the scramble, make it a gain of around 8 yards on the scramble. And a hold is going to be called against the Royal Palm Beach Wildcats to negate that play and back them up even further behind the sticks. So 2 penalties called against Royal Palm. And those were actually 2 holding calls in the same play, as one's declined, one is accepted to back up the Wildcats in an unfamiliar territory. You know, Griner took 1 sack in that first half that backed them up behind the sticks, but largely it's been Royal Palm with success on first and second down to make third down conversions few and far between in terms of difficult third and fourth down conversions.
It's been easy because on first and second down, they've been running the football. They get 8, 7, 8, 9 yards a clip. So it's been easy to call third down, but now they're backed up. They still have a lot of talent to move the football, though.
First and 25 is a draw play. They're on Pearson across the 45-yard line and brought down short of the 40. He gets close to the original line of scrimmage, which is the 42, and they'll actually mark his knee down at the 44.
If he doesn't go down there, he's probably going to get a first down or even a touchdown because there's nobody on the next level from the Boca Raton defense. I don't know where they are, but they're disappearing on the defensive side when these running backs come through the line.
Second down and long as Griner's in the shotgun with 2 receivers right, 2 in left. And he steps, rolls to his right. At midfield, Griner throws it into the flats. It's caught at the 40-yard line, the 35. Spin move on his feet. Now sidestep. Loses the football into the arms of another Wildcat, and he rolls out of bounds at the 20-yard line. And when it's your night, it's your night. Yeah. As fighting for extra yards down the sideline, looked like it was Jordan Johnson, and he gets hit. The ball gets punched out. It could be anyone's at that moment. Never hits the ground, hits another Wildcat in the hands, and he gains an extra 5 yards.
Well, it's why coaches tell guys to cover, because if the receiver has the football, he's running down the field. You run down with him just in case the football comes out. So that's just good coaching. Guys in the right spot at the right time, but like you said, sometimes it's better to be lucky than to be good.
First and 10 for Royal Palm, and another timeout's going to be called on ESPN 106.3. That's actually the end of the third quarter. 3/4 of the way done with this one, and the Wildcats, the home team, Royal Palm Beach, well in control, 47-8. We'll be back on ESPN 106.3.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztelac.com. That's 561-232-6366. aztelac.com. Keep your cool with Aztel Air.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Roll left side on the first down carry, and he gets ushered out of bounds after a gain of 7 yards. 1st and 10, turning into 2nd and 3 for the Royal Palm Beach offense that has not slowed down throughout this game. And Coach, you astutely pointed that it'll be running clock through the end of the night because of the magnitude of the lead in this one.
Yeah, 35 or better. It's a mercy rule, and that's a great rule they have in place. Both coaches confer, but yet the referees are going to say, no matter what you think, we're going to run the clock.
It's a quarterback keeper as Griner has exited the game, or at least for that play. It was Jacoby Wooten on the Wildcat carry up the middle, and he gets enough to move the chains for a 1st down, Royal Palm Beach. It appears so, yes, as the down marker switches to 1st and 10 from the 11. Royal Palm with the football and a commanding lead of 39. Another carry. Wooten loses the football. It's a fumble. Ball out. Looks like Boca jumped on top of it, and there's a scuffle out of bounds on the far sideline. They break it up, but not before a flag is brought out. Those one-on-one battles when it comes to receiver versus defensive back, where it's you and him, mano-a-mano, and they got tangled up near the chain gang over there across the sideline.
They did, and I'm glad the officials let it go, because what happens is that you're in a position as Royal Palm, okay, we're winning. We don't want to lose a valuable player because of a bonehead play during this time of the game. But I said earlier, the coaches confer. They do. They talk about it, but the official knows that once it gets to 35, it's going to be a running clock. That protects the players from getting hurt, because some people start to get a little lackadaisical when the score is lopsided, and it's also an embarrassment thing if you continue to score. So that's a good rule in place.
So they move the football. It was a fumble. It was recovered by Boca Raton. Boca's got the football, and they move the football from the 10 to the 25-yard line. It's Boca Raton football. The Bobcats try to get something good going into this week of practice and into their next game. Boca's won 4 in a row after starting their season with a loss. New quarterback in the game. It is a little jet sweep, short pass forward, and not much going there on 1st and 10. As you see some new, fresh faces in the game for the Bobcats. Looked like making that pitch for Boca Raton was Kenneth Simmons, freshman quarterback. We'll get to see a preview of maybe Bobcats to come, Boca Raton football of the future here in the 4th quarter of this one with a running clock.
I'm going to laugh at that with CK, because we never know. I mean, with this day and age of free agency, players are moving so frequently. You know, do you have a guy for 3 or 4 years? That'd be great if you can do it. Probably the only cure for that is winning. So you have to keep winning if you're going to keep guys on your roster.
Now in the shotgun, he's got 2 receivers right, lone receiver left. Boca down by 39 points. Simmons in the game at quarterback. It's still Elman at running back. And slipping is Elman after he gets the football, and then he drags some tacklers forward to make a 1-yard gain out of what it looked like it was going to be a 3-yard loss. Adon Elman has been kept in check, the senior running back, a workhorse for Boca Raton, who at times can make a little bit of magic happen when he gets the ball in space. The problem is this swarming defense of Royal Palm has made things very difficult for him. We talked about it in the 1st quarter, and nothing has changed. So many heads to the football on every single play.
You know, that's their mentality. Obviously, you've got 6, 7 guys rallying within 5 yards of wherever the ball carrier is. And so they've stymied this offense. They haven't been able to get much going. Got a great quarterback in Max Chapman, but they've just been put to rest pretty much tonight. They haven't been able to do much on offense.
Simmons drops back to pass in the play action. He tucks it and runs it across the 25, 30. HSS first round across the 35 and out of bounds past the 40-yard line. That's something to feel good about if you were a Boca Raton fan, as Kenneth Simmons converts on a quarterback scramble. Some improvisation to move the chains. 1st and 10, Boca Raton to the 40-yard line. Again, that clock is continuing to roll. Under 7 minutes now to play in the 4th quarter with the running clock. Simmons lines up his offense. It is a handoff up the middle. Elman spin move on his feet across the 45 and gets tackled. Nearly gets tackled. The ball comes out late, however. It popped up in the air. You know, I'm trying to see the rain. I don't see any rain right now, but the ball looks slippery. And people are players are notably slipping multiple times across the field as you're seeing these cleats dig up the grass as the game goes on. Ball stays with Boca Raton and move the football just to the 50-yard line. They have not moved the chains. It'll be 2nd down and very short.
Well, it doesn't take much rain. We got a little precipitation earlier, and so therefore the ball is still kind of slick. You know, depends upon how many times they've used these footballs. It gets real slick, and players are trying to struggle to get more yards, and they're losing the football.
1st and 10, Boca, as they do move the chains. Simmons working really hard to set up his offense. Not a new fresh faces in there, and the ball is fumbled as Simmons gets hit and gets brought down for a 9-yard loss. A sack as the Wildcats DNs get home. Couple of heads to the football, more than just a couple. How about Chris Weimer, the senior D lineman? Big body, a load to try to keep him away from the quarterback, and Weimer wins the battle. It is 2nd down and 19.
He is, but you know, you look at this defense all night long. They've been teeing off because Boca's been so far behind. They've got to throw the football. In the first half alone, they threw the ball, at least attempted 17-plus times in the first half. And so when you drop back that much, it's hard to get any continuity on the offensive side of the football.
So probably the only stoppage of the clock for the remainder of the night, as a hydration timeout is going to be called by the officials, supported by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Back in 30 seconds here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Ready to take on any terrain? The all-new 2025 Defender 110 P300S is here. Built for those who crave adventure without compromising on luxury. Lease the powerful 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 per month for 36 months. Whether you're tackling the toughest roads or cruising the city, the Defender is ready for it all. Don't wait. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and experience the Defender like never before. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
New quarterback in the game is still Boca Raton's Kenneth Simmons. He's in the shotgun with trips right, lone receiver left. 4:41 to play in this game with the running clock. Coach, it's got to be difficult to put your quarterback out there when he's kind of working with a bunch of different guys who really aren't insecure in what they're doing, you know, so he kind of has to get everyone in the right spot at the right time while still focusing on doing his job physically when he gets the football, because you can just see it with Simmons that he's saying, all right, new, off the line, you back on the line, and then before you know it, that play clock's running down, the snap's a little bit high, and he's kind of set up to fail.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have, though. If he's directing guys where to go, they should know. But to know that he has the ability to put guys in the right position, that means he's been paying attention in practice. And so that could also be a good thing. But this offense has just been, you know, they haven't been in sync all night long. They're a little slow to the ball. And in the second half, they were behind, and they're still running huddles, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
3rd and 25, new quarterback in the game for Boca Raton. This time it was Cameron Rolston. Rolston at least playing the quarterback position that time. He caught the football and never took one of his hands off the ball. It was always going to be a quarterback run from Rolston. So maybe it was a Wildcat play there. And it's going to be 4th down and 20 for Boca Raton as that clock continues to tick on down. under 3:20 to play in this one before this ball will be snapped. Again, 4th and 20, Boca Raton with the football, as the rest of this one will be a formality. And to be honest, the second half has really been a formality. Royal Palm Beach has never relented, never really given too much of a glimmer of hope once you entered the second quarter. Boca moved the football on offense a little bit on their second offensive drive of the game. Outside of that long touchdown catch made by Jerron Miller, not much to root for or cheer for if you're a Bobcats fan through the end of this game.
Well, you think about it, in the first half, they had a couple of other opportunities to score, and they missed on them. And on the other side, Royal Palm took advantage of those opportunities. Defense gave them a short field. Special teams helped. So when you get opportunities, you have to score, especially when you're facing a team with so much team speed. Royal Palm, probably one of the fastest teams in all of Palm Beach County because of their big receivers that can go across the middle and catch the ball. But they also have guys that can run back kickoffs and punts. So they have a plethora of talent. They showed tonight they're the better football team, even though both teams came in at 4-1. They were a much better team, and the way they played showed tonight.
4th and 20 as the clock rolls. 2:30 to go in the game. Simmons back in the game at quarterback. 2 receivers right, lone receiver left. He's got to air this one out. Instead, he throws it behind. It's a double pass. Firing it far sideline, incomplete. The Bobcats try to dust off a trick play, double pass, but it falls incomplete. And Royal Palm Beach will get the football back, and the clock will roll and will be snapped with under 2 minutes to play in this 4th quarter. That might be the last time you see the Bobcats offense take the field, as they have a lot of question marks and a lot of things to shore up before they suit up and put the pads back on for next week's Week 7 game.
Yeah, they do. It's a lot to learn from this game on both sides. Again, how well did you play when you had the lead? I'm looking at that. What did you do when you were behind? All those things come to the forefront in the mind of a coach. They won't sleep tonight, trust me. They'll be up looking at these films, trying to determine on the Boca side, how can we fix these problems?
1st and 10 for Royal Palm. Quick pass, out route, going to be caught at the 35-yard line. 30, down the sideline, still on his feet, wrapped up and brought down inside the 10. Nice throw and a better catch, run after the catch that time made by Royal Palm Beach. Julian Kennedy made the catch and really showed off the wheels down that far sideline. I beg your pardon, I think it might have been Billy Shannon. Yes, the freshman receiver, Billy Shannon, made the catch, and a good scamper down the far sideline to set up a goal-to-go scenario for Royal Palm Beach. 1st and goal from the 6-yard line. Royal Palm with the football. Under a minute to play in the game. It's going to be a handoff up the middle, dragging a tackler out of the backfield, stretching forward. Is Royal Palm in? No, he's down at the 1-yard line. 2nd and goal from the 1. Clock rolling, under 40 seconds to go in the game. Stick around after the final whistle in this one, because we will have post-game coverage from not just this HSS game of the week. It's been a bit of a drubbing, but you will get coverage from across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Colin Russo has interviewed coaches from around the area that have won their games, some games that have gone final, and the throws into the end zone incomplete. 3rd and goal from the 1. And the clock will continue to roll. We'll see if Royal Palm Beach gets one more snap off in this game, as they're trying to get some action out of some of the guys that might not touch the field as much as others. In the backfield is Michael Baker, the sophomore running back. We'll see if he gets a touch. He got 1 carry in this game already. Does he get another? And the ball won't be snapped. That will be final. 47-8 is the final score in the HSS game of the week. Royal Palm gets a big statement, resounding win over Boca Raton. In 60 seconds, we'll be right back, and we will give you the Duffy's MVP of the week. We'll give you the Boca Bowl look ahead, and we will tell you who is getting hot. Brought to you by Astil AC. Back here on ESPN 106.3 and the ESPN Top 63 YouTube channel. Final score, 47-8. Royal Palm gets the win in the HSS game of the week.
Ready to take on any terrain? The all-new 2025 Defender 110 P300S is here. Built for those who crave adventure without compromising on luxury. Lease the powerful 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 per month for 36 months. Whether you're tackling the toughest roads or cruising the city, the Defender is ready for it all. Don't wait. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and experience the Defender like never before. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for details.
To help those who want to be helped but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Royal Palm gets the win in front of their home crowd to improve to 5-1 on the season. Final score, 47-8. The Wildcats get the win, in which was really a complete performance by the Wildcats. I know they're probably upset that their shutout streak in the state of Florida is over, but they'll settle for a win where the running clock has to be turned on, Coach.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Again, they played a complete game on all three phases. You know, they played well. They didn't have a lot of mistakes. You know, when you look at a football team at this point in the season, you think you better be playing your best football, because a few weeks from now, you'll be lining up for the playoffs. And as I said to you earlier, the team that wins this game is probably about 65% of the way guaranteed to get a playoff spot.
Yeah, you betcha. And we want to give out the Duffy's MVP of the game. There were a lot of options to choose from. As you can see, how many points were put on the scoreboard by Royal Palm Beach. But Max Greiner, their junior quarterback, showed composure, was calm, cool, and collected. He really connected with several different receivers throughout the night, whether it was out of the backfield with Pearson or roll, whether it was throwing deep to James Smith, who was also have a case for the MVP of the game, brought to you by Duffy's Sports Grill. It really started with the quarterback, junior Max Greiner. I think that he is a fair and true, well-deserved award winner.
Well, most coaches will tell you it's going to run through that guy because he's the coach on the field. So if you have a signal caller that can throw the ball down the field, he can use his legs and run. But most importantly, he knows where to put the football. A lot of the times his receivers weren't wide open, but he threw it to an area where only they could catch it. I'm impressed with the way in which he's grown. We've seen him over the last couple of years. He's getting better as time has gone on.
One reminder about a great place that you need to stop at on your way home, on your way to the game, when you're going to your football tailgate on Saturdays, on Sundays, on your way to your local high school football game. It's Racetrack. You already know it's Racetrack. They're more than just a one-stop shop for a football tailgate. We are your team's biggest fan. With their whatever gets you going style of convenience, Racetrack is the go-to for all your game day essentials. From ice-cold drinks, salty snacks, sweet treats, and freshly made in-house pizza, Racetrack proudly operates under the mission of making people's lives simpler, more enjoyable, serving as that one-stop shop for quality and convenience on the go. Those two words, they matter a lot when you're thinking of a spot to get a snack and fill up your car. Because if there's not good food there, why are you going to eat there? If it's not convenient, why are you going to waste your time? In, out, 30 seconds. Racetrack is always quick, and the food is always good. At a Racetrack, you're not just a customer, you are part of the team. 7.5 million customers strong each and every week. Join Racetrack this fall. Cheer on your favorite local high school football team. At Racetrack, we're proud to fuel dreams by supporting our local high school football team. Together, we're making a difference with Racetrack. And we continue on in the postgame show here on ESPN 106.3. I'm Christian Catt on the call, and alongside the coach, Jimmy Bell. A reminder, Colin Russo will take things over soon and give you updates, recap, reaction from across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. He's going to speak to coaches from around the area, whether they played on Thursday night or tonight, get updates on what's going on in these rain delays, lightning delays, what have you. I think that a good candidate for our brand new segment, Getting Hot brought to you by As-Til AC. That's when we spotlight a team across Palm Beach County or the Treasure Coast that's getting hot. Because when your house, apartment, office building is getting hot, you know who to call. It's As-Til Air Conditioning. I don't care if we're in fall. The South Florida heat does not relent. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztilac.com. That's aztilac.com. As-Til AC, where comfort is just a phone call away. So, Getting Hot, brought to you by As-Til AC. It's hard to pick anyone but the West Boca Bulls, the defending state champion in 7A. West Boca coming into tonight on a 4-game winning streak, blowing out Seminole Ridge, blowing out Treasure Coast, blowing out Dwyer, and right now they are in the process of blowing out Western. And it's really hard to pick anyone else in the area other than West Boca when they represent the area for the first state champions in a long time. West Boca is on the way to get hot in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Reminder, aztilac.com or call 561-232-6366. And before we wrap things up here in the booth at the HSS Game of the Week, it's time to look ahead. That's always brought to you by the Boca Bowl, because we're all looking ahead towards the Boca Bowl, the best party in Palm Beach County come the holidays. On December 23rd, kickoff at 2 p.m. It'll be on ESPN 106.3. It'll be on ESPN if you want to watch the game. The look ahead brought to you by the Boca Bowl. Let's look ahead to where we're heading next for the HSS Games of the Week. On October 10th, next week, it's the Martin Bowl. We're going to South Fork as Martin County takes on South Fork. Coach, what do you know about that type of rivalry and how important that game is to both those sides?
Well, I'll tell you what, you think about the Muck Bowl in Belglade. Down south, you've got the Soul Bowl. Listen, that bowl rivals. The crowds come out. I don't care what the records are. You know, not as many people as the Muck Bowl, but definitely a crowd that you want to see the tailgating prior to. And if you're going to come to that game, you better get there early. Both teams, again, no matter what the record is, they're going to play their best football just for bragging rights for 1 year.
And then the week following, so not next Friday, but the Friday after that, man, you want to mark this date in your calendar. Make sure that you are parked in front of your TV, open up that YouTube app, or make sure you have your radio handy, because we are going to Cardinal Newman High School, where we will have possibly the game of the year on our radio dial, on our YouTube channel, West Boca at Cardinal Newman. I've been waiting all year for these to see these two teams square off. The run game of both of them is dominant in the area. I'm excited for that game too, Coach.
You got to be. I mean, if you love football and being able to line up man on man, be physical, West Boca brings in, you know, again, their chest is out because they're a state champion. So they're trying to repeat. This Royal Palm team may have something to say about that down the road, but Newman is one of the best small schools that I've seen in a long time. They got to get back. They won tonight, but they went last week and lost 31-0 without their quarterback. So they're prime and ready for the playoffs as well. As you mentioned, that's probably going to be one of the best games of this season.
Final here for the HSS Game of the Week, 47-8. Royal Palm Beach puts a hurtin' on Boca Raton. Well, we're going to throw it back to the ESPN West Palm studios in downtown West Palm Beach, the Evan Cohen studios, where Colin Russo will take it from here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day.
Hi, this is Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. We are a Florida civil trial law firm that specializes in the areas of personal injury and wrongful death. Our offices are located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Our lawyers have litigated thousands of matters at the Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County courthouses. Our lawyers, paralegals, and other numerous members of our legal team live in Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast cities and towns such as West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, Lake Worth, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm City, Jupiter, and others just like you and your families. We are a statewide recognized law firm, but it is your community and your families that we live and associate with on a daily basis. Our most satisfying achievement is when we know that our legal power has helped a fellow member of our Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast community secure a fair and just huge result. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztelac.com. That's 561-232-6366. aztelac.com. Keep your cool with Aztel Air.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
This is the Inter Miami save of the game.
This is Coelho with a shot on target, but a diving save. Oscar Ustari, first save of the game for Oscar. It was a nice ball roll by Coelho, got him free, put a shot on target, but Oscar met it right there on sight. Big save.
Brought to you by PNC Bank. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Colin Russo with you with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day post-game, presented by HSS Florida. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. An easy one, a quick one. 47-8 final score. Royal Palm over Boca Raton for a HSS a game of the week. Sam Curry gets their squad moving to 5-1, and they have dominated to this point in Florida specifically. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented in part by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. They're the Florida Injury Lawyers. Proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Listen, if you're in a car accident, call now for a free consultation because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You don't pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. You can call right now at 500-HELP. 500-HELP. Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather help is just that local phone call away. Offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. So if you missed any of the game, you missed any of the coverage, you can catch that at ESPN Top 63 on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter at ESPN Top 63. Just catch it on socials. You can watch everything you need on that spot. It was a running clock game, so everything sort of moved quickly. But in terms of the scores from throughout the Palm Beach County area, here's what I got for you. Vero Beach is up over Booker T. Washington, up big, nearing half, maybe second half early right now, 28-0 last I saw. West Boca won easy over Western, 35-0. Pahokee, last I saw, was in the fourth quarter over Lake Worth. They were winning 26-0. Jupiter was up 29-0 over Suncoast. Martin County was up over Palm Bay 30-6. Late second half is what I saw. Centennial was up over Okeechobee at halftime, 20-0. Jacob Teray has those guys locked down. Park Vista was up over Olympic Heights, 22-0. And then Palm Beach Central and Palm Beach Gardens was in a bit of a back-and-forth affair early on. They were up 35-14. That is Central up over Gardens, 35-14. Maybe we'll talk to Coach Dylan Potts. We'll talk to a couple other coaches from throughout the Palm Beach County area as we get you wired in for the post-game production and coverage. VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace, it's the best place for athletes who want to take their game to the next level. Well, one part about getting in shape, yes, it's the physical side of things. It's showing up. It's going to the gym. It's getting up early. It's getting the work done physically. But my opinion, 70 to 80% of the whole work is really what you put into your body. That's nutrition. That's supplementation. That's understanding what this nutrition can do for you and taking your game to take steps forward. High school athletes, your performance starts with what you put in. VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace has 400-plus clean products from electrolytes to protein. Save 20% now. Use code ESPN. Use code ESPN20 to get 20% off. Playing varsity, training for the next level. VitaCost fuels high school athletes from all around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast with their 400-plus sports-certified products. ESPN20 is your code for 20% off. Get your edge today at the VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace. 20% off. Once again, code ESPN20. So what we'll do is we'll hear from Coach Mickey Grudy and what he had to say to me earlier this week. We were able to talk to him, previewing the game, previewing the season a little bit. Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic, who is, once again, having a terrific season. And then we'll maybe talk to some other coaches as games start to close out here on a Friday edition, the 3rd of October, 2025. Let's take a listen to the head coach of John Carroll Catholic. That is Coach Mickey Grudy. Colin Russo rolling on here with our Kaiser's Coaches Corner on ESPN 106.3, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Welcoming in the head coach of John Carroll Catholic, sitting at 4-1, had a good win yesterday over Forest Hill, 41-0. I'd like to welcome in good friend of show, Mickey Grudy, head coach of the football team, joining us now. Coach Grudy, welcome in. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. I appreciate you having me.
Coach, I mean, the team's been playing really well as of late, especially defensively. Haven't given up a point in the last couple of weeks here. Talk to me a little bit about the pulse of the team through about halfway at the point of the season.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 106.3.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Yeah, I'm really happy with our guys. I think last time you and I spoke, we were gearing up for Cardinal Newman, and that game did not go the way we wanted it to, but I think it was kind of a bit of a good wake-up call, for our guys. We had some success last year going 10-0, and then kind of starting off that way. I think it kind of brought some guys back down to earth a little bit and say, okay, we need to kind of regroup and get refocused up, and great teams are led by players, and I really thought our players did a good job of kind of coming back from that game and refocusing themselves without really much of our coaching staff doing much.
And coming out, let's go back to that Cardinal Newman game before we go into yesterday. You mentioned, it didn't go the way you wanted it to go. Cardinal Newman, of course, one of the best teams in South Florida. What do you think your team learned from an opponent like that and from a game like that?
I think self-inflicted wounds, obviously to beat a team like Cardinal Newman, you've got to limit your mistakes, and we did not do that game. We had, some special teams blunders, which gave them some extra possessions, which you want to try to limit the possessions you give those guys as much as possible. But I really think it kind of gave our guys an opportunity to realize, okay, I need to really kind of be mentally prepared as well as physically, just to kind of go through their head, what could I possibly see? What scenario could I see, prior to game night? So that way when the lights are bright and they do go ahead and get into a certain scenario, whether it's a coverage or a front, whatever it may be, they've run that through their head multiple times so that they kind of know and expect it and can make the adjustments when needed.
And coming off of that game, that's, a tough game to come out of, especially in the early part of the year. What did you tell your guys throughout the week following? And you got a couple weeks until your next game. How was the adversity response, especially in the early part of the year, that you noticed from your guys?
I really feel our senior leaders on the team did a great job. Guys like Paul Zykowski, Jackson Summerall, Trey Jackson, and Jeremy Pittman. I really thought they did a good job of kind of getting guys back on track. I didn't really say much. We talked for a little while in the locker room after that game and just kind of commented on some things that I saw that we need to improve on. And, I waited for their reaction, and everybody was there the next day for, recovery run and different things, and, in today's society, it seems like when things get going tough, sometimes people, bail or make excuses, but none of our guys did that. The entire team was there. We got our recovery run in, and we're kind of ready to go. And guys were asking questions about the opponent the following week, Okeechobee, and getting ready for them. And it was good to see. It didn't deter our guys too much.
Would you make the argument that the guys are better off that they had a game like that where they played not only a great opponent, but sort of had not a wake-up call, but, got woken up a bit to what the team can be versus what other teams can do if you guys are not on your keys? You think your team's better off the fact that you had Cardinal Newman that first week of the year?
100%. And I really was happy with our guys and how they honed that loss and didn't really point the finger, didn't make excuses to one another. We owned it as a unit. Our motto is #1. And, that's through adversity. That's when things are good. That's when things are bad. We are one unit. And I really think they honed that and did a really good job, owning that and making sure we weren't going to let that happen again. That game's in the past, and they've done a good job of focusing every week moving forward. And I think it's shown.
Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic Football with us now on ESPN 106.3. Coach, in the 4 weeks or the 4 games since 4-0, teams playing really well right now, buzzing in the right direction. To compare and contrast the team that we saw last night against Forest Hill versus the team that we would have saw maybe a month ago around this time, coming off that loss, what's different about the team in that period of time?
Just kind of like we talked about, the self-inflicted wounds to where, we're having to have that team, our opponent try to go ahead and, make us make mistakes rather than us making them ourselves, self-inflicted wounds. Something we've really been harping on, ever since that Newman game and throughout the season, making sure we're doing the simple things right, making sure we have our foundation. And that's what we did as a coaching staff too, making sure we're good at our base and understanding what our methods are, from the bottom up and getting really good at things before we kind of expand on them. And I think that's helped us tremendously.
And Coach, I was at the Forest Hill game yesterday. I'm curious about how you thought that game would go. What was the game plan going in? What went well? What went according to plan?
I really thought we did a good job kind of spreading them out, getting our RPO game, going. We had some run-pass options that I thought were really successful in our screen game. And then I really have to give props to our defensive coordinator, Coach Lubin, and his staff. And that defensive line, to me, was dominant yesterday. I thought we'd have some success if we were able to kind of control their run game. Forest Hill's really good at running the ball. And we did a really good job containing their quarterback and their running backs. And I thought that was a big part of the game to go ahead and get that shutout win.
And Coach, a shutout win. Talk to me a little bit about how the defense has sort of progressed throughout the year. Are you learning more about what works for the defense? Is everybody sort of firing on all cylinders? Do you have any questions about any point in the defense? I mean, what's the sort of temperature check of where you're at defensively?
I think it's kind of honed in. We had a couple question marks in preseason camp, and getting a new defensive coordinator with Coach Lubin coming over from PSL. It took a little time, I think, to get them in sync, but I think everyone's now on the same page. And I really think it was a good job by Coach Lubin, making an emphasis to guys to know what they're doing on defense when certain plays are called, and also to kind of go ahead and know why they're doing those things. I think that's a big, big thing we've been trying to do in all 3 phases is guys know what they're supposed to do on certain plays, but understanding why and in certain scenarios why we're calling those certain plays. And I think they've done a really good job of that. And owning that and honing that has done a phenomenal thing for our defense.
And, Coach, tell me a little bit about what parts of the defense have taken major steps forward, especially from last year in comparison. You guys had a great year. But I'm curious, you know, in terms of the directions that the defense has taken, we'll get to the offense in a minute. Where do you think the defense has really taken steps forward in terms of progression?
Our defensive line unit in our front seven, you know, we had some question marks at linebacker because we graduated about 3 seniors in the linebacker position. But that front seven we have right now, I mean, they're really, really good. I haven't been excited for a group like that in a very long time. So I'm really happy for those guys that they're stepping up the way they are, and they've been a dominant force the last 4 games for us, and I think they'll continue to do so for the rest of the season.
Coach, I'm curious. You know, you guys have played a number of games to this point. A lot of them have been lopsided. You guys have played either really well against opponents or the Cardinal-Newman game where it was sort of the other way around. A close back-and-forth affair. That hasn't necessarily happened yet, at least towards the end of the game. Of course, it could have happened in the first half. But seeing how these guys respond to tighter environments, manufacturing that in-game adversity, what do you do for that? Do you kind of just hoping that one of these days your guys are going to be ready for when it kind of gets dialed in, drive-by-drive basis? Or do you sort of do this in practice, situations, stuff like that? How do you are anticipating how your team is going to handle that when it gets down to like a close game back and forth?
Yeah, you know, it's funny you say that. We just last Sunday in my coaches' meetings with my coaching staff, you know, we were talking about that, and it's almost silly to even say. It's kind of a blessing and a curse for, you know, us to even be saying, you know, a running clock, you know, which we've been able to kind of produce in the last couple of games is a kind of a negative thing because, you know, our starters don't get the work in, you know, for 4 quarters that I'd like them to. And, you know, that second half, it just goes by so quick. And then we're trying to get all the guys in so they can go ahead and play, you know, when the game kind of gets taken care of. But, you know, last night we had a plan to go ahead and try to get the starters to at least play 3 full quarters. You know, I don't think we stopped them on defense in the 3rd quarter, and then Donovan went ahead and returned a punt for a touchdown, which, you know, got the running clock going. So the offense we only had 1 drive in the second half. So I think things like that, you know, are stuff we got to continue to work on, and, you know, not that we ever want to run the clock up on somebody, but trying to get guys reps and quality reps against a quality opponent, you know, for 4 quarters is something, you know, that we haven't really been able to do. But we've been doing a lot of one-on-one, 1v1 in team and stuff like that during the week and stuff like that. And I expect next week, you know, we're going to have a pretty good game against Holy Trinity as we get ready for Jensen Beach, which will be a good one.
Coach Mickey Grudy, John Carroll Catholic Football with us on ESPN 106.3. To flip it onto the offensive side, talk to me about the progression offensively. The team has been scoring at will. The team has been able to turn defense into offense, but also turn special teams into offense, and also allow their offense to sort of grow and take steps forward. What have you noticed about your offense comparatively to now, to what it's been and where it's going?
Yeah, our offensive line, you know, our offensive line coach and run game coordinator, you know, Coach Joe Molina has just done a phenomenal job with the front 5. I mean, we have the 2 big guys on the outside, but the 3 guys in the middle, we have Nico Fasano, Cam Bowen, you know, and Tommy Smith. And it's just great to watch those guys operate with their calls and checks that they go ahead and do on their own. It's pretty special when you have a group like that. You know, we have an injury to Yuri Gonzalez, but I believe he's going to be coming back soon, which is just going to make that group even better. And obviously when you got a running back like Jeremy Pittman, that helps out a lot. You know, he's a very hard runner, runs hard every single time he touches the ball, whether it's in a game, whether it's in practice, whatever it may be. You know, and I think we're really building on that. We did a great job kind of throwing the ball around a little bit last night, being able to Forrestal did some things that will allowed us to go ahead and pass it out of the RPO game. You know, it's funny. A lot of teams we've played have really kind of been keying on our outside wide receiver, KJ Davis, which has allowed us to have some success running the football, you know. So I think eventually we're going to run into, you know, some teams that will go ahead and try to take away the run, and I think we'll have, you know, a good passing attack ready to go. You know, it's interesting. Our offense is pretty balanced to where teams are going to go ahead and try to take away the run. We'll be able to go ahead and pass it, and vice versa. And I think that's shown the last year and a half. You know, in the last year and a half to right now, we've only lost 2 games. So I think the system we have in place is exactly what we need, and we have the personnel for it.
A lot of positives to take away. You mentioned the RPO game and how you're able to pass the ball, make decisions. The one thing about that offense I'm curious about is it's a very reactionary offense. You got to make sure that guys are intuitive, understand the flow and feel for the game, also understand what they're supposed to read from a defensive perspective when they're going against it offensively. What do you tell your guys in terms of honing that in? Do you sort of just try to teach feel? Do they have to watch themselves for it to sort of click? That RPO offense, I think, is really good when done right. And of course, you guys are doing it right, but getting them to do it right and seeing the right things is also a whole challenge in of itself. How have you done that?
Yeah, and it's a lot. A lot of our offense is number game. Where are the fewest guys? We want to kind of attack the field, what we call a grass area. Where's there more grass than there are people? And that's something guys will have to kind of understand. And it takes a little while. We have some young freshmen that are playing on the varsity that, and some sophomores that are still trying to understand that and grasp that concept. And it's a system program we have. We develop guys, and it takes a little while. But as soon as the more time they get with our varsity and stuff like that, they're going to go ahead and be able to kind of see those things as well when it comes to number game or leverage, depending on what the game plan or what we're going to see on defense that week. But it's a beautiful thing when everything gets clicking and guys understand it, and they can kind of read my mind. Where if I call an RPO and I'm thinking in my head, okay, we should probably pass this, and the quarterback, knows he sees leverage or whatever it may be, it's great to go ahead and see the offense doing it on their own and kind of reading my mind. So that's a great feeling as a coach when you've got, 11 guys on the offense being able to read your mind.
And, Coach, with John Carroll having the 41-0 win over Forest Hill on a Thursday, let me ask you this. Do you like playing the Thursday games, having the full weekend, an extra day of preparation in preparation for next week's game?
Yeah, I really don't mind it. I'm big on recovery. We've invested a fair amount into our training room at school with recovery, ranging from the boots. We've got different massage chairs. We have ice tubs and different things. And I'm proud of our guys for actually, honing that and taking advantage of that, because I really think that's a big part of it, to make sure our guys are running it as close to 100% as possible. And our trainer, Miss Kathy's awesome. So it's really good to see our guys taking pride in that. And Thursday games, it's a short week, but we came off a bye week, so it really actually wasn't bad this week. I think we finished out the year with Friday games, but I really don't mind them. It allows for some extra recovery time, kind of gives us almost an extra bye week kind of right now, and preparing for the next 4 or 5 games we have.
And, Coach, before we look ahead on the schedule, let me ask you this. At the halfway point of the regular season, what would you say the identity of this team is?
I think just a bunch of hard workers. I don't think we're flashy in any way. We're a team that's going to go ahead and we're going to give you our best for 48 minutes. We're going to send 11 guys to the ball. We're going to go ahead and play whistle to whistle, and we're going to come at you for a full 48 minutes, and extra time if we need it. But this is just a great group, and it's, we've had a few injuries here or there, and it's been next guy up mentality. Very unselfish team, and I'm really excited for the next few weeks ahead.
And looking ahead to Holy Trinity, going to there, a lot of road games on the schedule. What are you looking for in terms of honing in your keys, expecting a closer game next week? What are you planning on?
Yeah, Holy Trinity, they're sneaky good. They're kind of under the radar. They've got a good record. They've played some good opponents. They have some good quality wins. They're a spread offense like we are, so I'm happy to kind of see that, because our defense has obviously played us against ourselves for quite a bit. So I'm confident in our defense. They do some different things on their defense. They run some different fronts, some different coverages, and they try to hide things. So we're going to have to do a good job of really kind of finding their indicators. And then on special teams, I think we've done a good job for most of the year, taking advantage of that third of the game on special teams. And we're going to go ahead and need to do that, next week and the weeks leading up until the end of the year.
Coach, and then looking ahead, let me ask you to nitpick a little bit, because you guys have had a lot of big-time wins, not easy, but lopsided affairs. What are the things that you're really honing in on in terms of that you don't think you guys do well enough yet?
I think some route running, with our receivers. I think because we've had so much success on the ground game, it's easy to get complacent. And, I want to go ahead and kind of see our receivers running full speed. And, they might run routes that they think, I never get the ball in this play, and kind of maybe try to take that play off. And that's one thing. And then also, which I think we can always get better at, is tackling, on the defensive side of the ball. I'm always looking to improve tackling, making sure we got 11 guys to the ball, especially with Holy Trinity and then Jensen following that. They've got some speedsters, so we're going to have to go ahead and make sure we've got 11 guys to the ball to help out on defense in all areas.
And, Coach, in the time that you've been at John Carroll, the one thing I'm always interested in hearing from coaches is the development, and you've been there for so long, the development of the culture and how that sort of bleeds down into the younger classes and the guys coming up, looking up to the team and watching the team when they're younger and eventually growing their way through it. Tell me a little bit about how you think the culture has really set itself. Has it changed from throughout the years? Do you do it a year-by-year thing? Have the guys done a good job buying in? How do you handle it as the head coach of the team?
I really think the guys have bought into what we've been doing since I've been there, and I think it starts, up top at our school. We have an amazing president in Mrs. Corey Hero, and her entire family is a big Notre Dame football family, so she's a big football fan herself, and she's very supportive. And I think when you show your team and your kids how supportive the community around the football team is, I think that's a big part of it. So I really can't thank, our entire John Carroll community, our parents, our fans, and everybody. I think that's a big part of it. People want to play for John Carroll on Friday nights because I think of our community, and our admin at school. I think that's a big part of it. And I think it's a big part, that when they see the alumni be so successful, I think, we've had a lot of guys go on and, John Carroll's obviously a high academic school, and we've been able to put guys in different schools and things like that for high academics rather than just football. And just as well as I do, the recruiting, path is so different nowadays. A lot of guys are having to go to smaller schools, and John Carroll gives them that opportunity to go ahead and do that. And then if they want to transfer out, they can, just because the recruiting landscape has just taken such a different toll. And I feel like it's changing every day and every night. But I think that's a big part of, what John Carroll is. And it's been that way for a while, long before I got there. I'm just glad I can go ahead and keep kind of that tradition and community strength going.
And Coach, you mentioned a couple interesting things there about recruiting. When you get guys involved, I mean, comparatively to what it was, we could even say 5-6 years ago, bigger schools are it's a stepping stone process nowadays, from high school to either collegiately at one level to the next level to the next level. You never know the steps that it takes to get to the level that the guys are sort of striving for. And is that something that you almost have to make clear to guys that are looking to play at different levels to an additional level? Do you have to tell them, hey, this is going to take a bit, whether you like it or not? This is just how teams operate in terms of the recruiting landscape. Have you had conversations like that? Have guys started to understand that? Because it has changed, I would even say, in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, it really has. And it's changing every year, just more and more, and I'm honest. I'm always 100% honest with our kids when it comes to recruiting, and I never want to shatter anybody's bubble, about going to play college ball. But I think that's part of the reason I love being at John Carroll is, because of the academics and because of what happens inside the classroom walls, we're able to provide kids opportunities, to high academic schools to where they can still play football and continue playing at the next level if they want to, but I don't sugarcoat anything when it comes to talking to my players about where I think they could end up playing, at the next level. And if I am doing that or pretending like, hey, we'll get you, an SEC scholarship, that's just doing a disservice to the kid. I can't sit here and tell these kids to be, men of their word if I'm not a man of mine. So that's just a big part of it. I think just being honest with the guys and explaining, like, it is a stepping stone platform almost. Unless you're a 5-star, 4-star guy, odds are, you're probably going to have to go somewhere a little bit smaller, grind and grow and get in the college weight room there and then transfer out. And I never thought we'd have college coaches coming into my office pitching guys, hey, come to my school for 2 years and then you can go ahead and transfer to a bigger school. But here we are.
And Coach, let me ask you this before I let you go. I'm curious, what got you into coaching? Did you always know you wanted to be a coach? Was that something that just sort of fell into your lap? What was the sort of process that led you to today?
So it's funny, back in my FAU days, obviously I was a punter, but there was one spring football season where we only had 3 quarterbacks, I think, on the roster. And I, went to our OC, Daryl Jackson at the time, and I asked him, hey, this spring, I'm maybe interested in coaching when I get done playing. Can I play quarterback? And I played quarterback, I think, kind of for every spring after that, and started to kind of learn the X's and O's and inside outs of things and stuff like that. And, I was lucky enough to go ahead and start teaching and coaching at Vero Beach just because my family had moved up there after I got done at FAU, and I worked under Lenny Jankowski, and you can see what he's done at Vero Beach and the program he runs. And, from me being in high school with Coach George Smith, playing at FAU under Coach Snellenberger and, being part of Lenny's staff at Vero, and I was able to kind of learn from 3 different, really good coaches. And I think I've kind of put my own spin on things, but being a part of those 3 programs, St. Thomas for high school, FAU, and then Vero, I've been able to learn and see from some really good mentors.
And you've always known, even as a player, that, hey, this is probably something I want to stick around with, and this is something that I want to continue to teach, even to the point that where you're willing to learn a new position just so you're better prepared to be a coach?
Yep, exactly. And you can, and I tell my kids this all the time, you can never stop learning. And if I'm ever in my position where I'm at as athletic director and head football coach, and I'm not trying to learn anymore, then I shouldn't be in that position.
Well, Coach, wow, that's an interesting story. How about that? I appreciate you giving us a little bit of a rundown of how the team has gone to this point at the halfway point. Congratulations on the win yesterday, 4-1. Looking forward to talking again soon as we get further into the season. All right?
Thanks, man. I appreciate all you guys do.
Oh, you got it. That's Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic. 4-1, 41-0 win over Forest Hill yesterday. Colin Russo, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, taking a timeout on ESPN 106.3.
Hi, this is Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. We are a Florida civil trial law firm that specializes in the areas of personal injury and wrongful death. Our offices are located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Our lawyers have litigated thousands of matters at the Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County courthouses. Our lawyers, paralegals, and other numerous members of our legal team live in Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast cities and towns such as West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, Lake Worth, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm City, Jupiter, and others just like you and your families. We are a statewide recognized law firm, but it is your community and your families that we live and associate with on a daily basis. Our most satisfying achievement is when we know that our legal power has helped a fellow member of our Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast community secure a fair and just huge result. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztelac.com. That's 561-232-6366. aztelac.com. Keep your cool with Aztel Air.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
This is the Inter Miami save of the game.
This is Coelho with a shot on target, but a diving save. Oscar Ustari, first save of the game for Oscar. It was a nice ball roll by Coelho, got him free, put a shot on target, but Oscar met it right there on sight. Big save.
Brought to you by PNC Bank. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Colin Russo with your post-game coverage, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. And you can catch any of the interviews that you potentially missed, any of the coaches that we talked to. Full catalog available, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. All those great places. Just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Our HSS Game of the Week, a quick one, 47-8 Royal Palm over Boca Raton. A quick and easy one. Coach Sam Curry got Royal Palm ready to rock and roll. They moved to 4-1 on the season. Have had a terrific, or 5-1, excuse me. Have had a terrific season to this point, and have really dominated all the competition in Florida because they did go up to Georgia for their sole loss. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented in part by Moss Plus by Messi. Moss Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. It's created by Leo Messi. Moss Plus by Messi delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar. There's no compromise on quality ingredients and amazing taste. Comes in 5 sensational flavors and inspired by Messi himself. Miami Punch, Lemon Lean League, Berry Copa, Crush, Orange Dior, and the newest flavor, the greatest grape. Moss Plus by Messi today at Walmart. You could buy it there or online at mossbymessi.com. So in terms of the scoreboard update and what we have from throughout the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast, once again, West Boca won easy over Western 35-0. Royal Palm won over Boca Raton 47-8. And another coach that we're going to talk to here momentarily, another good win for them, that is Jupiter Warrior Football. They won 53-0 over Suncoast. So Jupiter Warrior Football has done a terrific job in terms of the most, one of the more well-disciplined. That defense is just on top of it the whole time. But in terms of the other scores that we have, Palm Beach Central's up big over Palm Beach Gardens, closing into the end of the game. There, we'll give you an update there. Maybe we'll talk to Coach Kevin Thompson a little later on in the program. But like to loop in the head coach, the 6-0 Jupiter Warrior football team. They won last week over Palm Beach Central. They've had a couple good wins here recently, including tonight, 53-0 over Suncoast. Coach Jason Cradman joins us now. Coach Cradman, welcome in. We'll have chatting in a while. What's going on?
Riz, Russo, appreciate you guys always having me. Thank you very much. Everything's great. Thank you.
Coach, talk about the game a little bit. 53-0. Did it the way the initial plan was? Was it a quick start? How'd it go?
Sure. Yeah, we definitely got off to a quick start. Our quarterback, Andrew Embek's just been really consistent all year. And, we had 5 returning senior offensive linemen. And so we just felt, really good about what we had coming into the season. And, those guys have played extremely well. And, we've certainly had our bumps and bruises and played through some adversity at times, but overall it's been a really good product so far in all 3 phases for us this season.
And Coach, 6-0 to this point. You're right. You liking what you're seeing in terms of the product. Talk about last week a little bit. Palm Beach Central. Was that a game that was a little bit back and forth? We weren't able to talk about it, but that's a good challenge. Palm Beach Central is always one of the tougher outs in Palm Beach County. But in terms of getting your guys a test, was that sort of what you were looking for?
100%. Palm Beach Central's kind of had our number ever since we got here. We played them our first season here at Jupiter in the first round of the playoffs, and hung with them for a quarter or so, and then a bunch of their top guys and the guys that they had playing on Saturdays ended up kind of taking over the game. and beating us pretty good. So and then ever since then, we haven't really been able to get the best of them, including last year, which we felt we had a really good shot at, and hung with them for 3 quarters or so, and ended up losing 26-10. Just had some big plays not go our way last year, and so we were really excited to play this game this year, and felt like we matched up well with them, and our guys rose to the challenge, and we won. There was a lot of crazy weather last week, so I think we played the first 5 minutes of the first quarter. Then there was an hour-and-a-half delay.
Oh,
and
God.
so we got down 6-0, and then we were up 14-6 at the actual halftime. Came out hot in the third quarter and got it to 27-6, and then we're able to hold on. They played tough all the way through the end of the game, and so ended up winning 27-20. But proud of our guys and the effort, and Coach Thompson does a great job over there, and so it was a big win for us to get over the hump against them.
Coach Jason Cradman of Jupiter Warrior Football joining us now, sitting at 6-0, win tonight over Suncoast 53-0. Coach, you mentioned the team was able to win this year comparatively to last year. What are sort of the different things that you've seen from this year's team that allows them to win a game like last week against Palm Beach Central? What steps have they taken, and in what direction to allow them to, be able to control games that you said Palm Beach Central had your number? All right, well, what's the difference between this year's team and last year's team, and how you guys were able to control that?
Sure. I just think it just comes back to our senior leadership. We have 30 seniors this year, Colin, and you have some really good teams when the coaches are kind of the voice that everybody's following. But just from my experience, you have championship level teams when there's 5 or 6 players that kind of lead with not only their actions but their voice as well, and the players have the utmost respect for. And so a lot of our best players are our best leaders right now, and they're kind of getting the most out of our guys, not only the other seniors, but the underclassmen as well. So I think we just have a player-led team this year, and they're doing a fantastic job, making sure our guys are accountable and doing what we need to do week in, week out, regardless of who we're playing.
Coach, did you expect that type of the player-led embodiment of the team? Did you expect it to this level going into the season?
Right. No, great question. I think it kind of happened organically, just because this is our 4th year there, and all these guys were, have been in the program for 4 years and played with us, as freshmen, or started with us as freshmen. And so kind of just, it's been building to this point since we got there. And so this is kind of the culmination of a lot of hard work that these guys put in. And we feel like we're in a really good spot right now. Hopefully we can, continue to do the right things and win on Friday nights and make a deeper run if we have a chance to in the playoffs. So.
And Coach, you mentioned all the weather delays that you guys dealt with last week, and this is the time of the year in South Florida where it's basically a coin flip on whether you're going to have weather issues throughout your game. Tell me a little bit about how you've adjusted to that in terms of being a coach. I mean, is that something that you almost expect coming into the game, whether you're, all right, well, I'm anticipating that we're going to have a weather delay? And more importantly, when you do hit these weather delays, how do you regroup the guys? How do the guys regroup themselves? I mean, is that something that has just become the norm, or is it always a hiccup, obstacle in the road when it comes?
It's kind of become the norm, to be honest. There's a new system in the county, and I'm sure the other coaches in the county can attest to it. Most schools are going by, or they used to go by, the horn system that everybody has the machine on top of the buildings at each campus around Palm Beach County or around the state. But we're not going by that system anymore. We're going by a phone system. And so, to be honest with you, we've had weeks where we've practiced, 1 or 2 times with a regular full practice in any given week, because the trainers are getting alerts on their phones, the athletic trainers, letting them know that there's lightning in the area, within 8 or 10 miles. And so we have to get off the field. So that's happened to us on multiple occasions. So our guys have just had to fight through that adversity and be ready to, practice and or play at a moment's notice, essentially. So yeah, it's been a different year. I've never had more practice or game interruptions in a season than we had in the last 2 or 3 months.
Wow, really? So this has been a sort of an outlier in terms of a South Florida summer. I mean, we haven't been hit with a major storm yet, but in terms of consistency, this is as bad as you've seen?
As bad as I've seen, for sure. And I grew up here and I've coached here before. We went to Chicago for a while, and then now coming back to Jupiter. But this is definitely the worst as far as the number of days that we've missed or had shortened because of weather in the area, lightning in the area, things of that nature.
And I mean, there's no real solution to it, but I guess it's just the nature of the game plan, getting the guys sort of like calmed down and then fired up again. I mean,
Yep.
do you have a strategy in terms of, have you trialed and errored your way to getting guys ready to go after a weather delay?
Sure. I just think it's just a matter of focus, and we're fortunate at Jupiter where we have a really high team GPA, and a lot of our guys take pride in what they do in the classroom, and so I feel like it translates well to football, where when they need to focus, whether they're taking a test or a quiz or they're doing something important with a group project or whatever it might be, they're able to lock in and focus when we need them to on the football field as well. So I think that's the only correlation I could really make. I think, we talk to them as coaches and try to get them to regain their focus. But, at the end of the day, they're 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. And so it can be challenging, and we haven't always got the best out of our guys. But in the crucial moments, I think, in the critical moments, I think we have. So I guess that's what's important right now. So.
Coach Jason Cradman of Jupiter Warrior Football with us on ESPN 106.3. Coach, what has been the thing about this team that has surprised you to this point?
Great question. I think we had some question marks on the defensive side of the ball. We lost some great players and some great senior leadership on the defensive side, more so than the offense. And so we were unsure with our defensive line. We lost all three of our starters from up front, moved on to college from last year's team. And so we had to replace all three of those guys. We've gotten some great production out of Max Doster, out of Alex Brandt, out of Colin Pisano, and out of Aiden Passley, playing both ways. So our guys up front, and then we lost a few of our linebackers as well, and then both corners. So Reese Hall stepped up at one corner. Raul Harris has stepped up. Nick Bodie and Corey Fountain are still playing great as our two safeties. They were two of our big returning guys in the back end, and then guys like Brendan Daly, Ryan Iannarino, Cam Fountain, KJ Larson, Caden Kimbrell are all doing a great job at linebacker. So led by our defense coordinator, Coach Brooks, just does a fantastic job, along with Coach Runner, our linebackers coach. So.
Hey, Coach, I'm curious about this. You mentioned that's a lot of the depth that your team and your program has built to allow these guys to step up, fill in roles, the turnover year by year. I was curious. I mean, I guess this changes in terms of what class you have year by year, but in your experience, especially at Jupiter and just high school coaching, what is the toughest part of the team to sort of turn over and get a new, a group of guys in? Is it the line? Is it the offensive or defensive line that's always the toughest to find the replacements from year in and year out? Or is it skill positions, quarterback? What is it to you?
No doubt. I would say offensive line, and to be able to have the continuity that we had. We lost Joe DeSantis, who was a heck of a player, was our starting right tackle for the past 3 years. Went on and graduated for us to college to play at the next level. And so replacing just one guy, I think we were fortunate that we had 5 or 6 seniors that were coming back, and they all kind of battle for playing time, and a couple of those guys also play D-line. So having that continuity, I think, was critical for us. If you have to replace multiple starters on the offensive line, I think that creates more challenges, because it just trickles down to all the skill guys. Luckily, we brought back all of our skill guys, all of our receivers, all of our tight ends. We graduated Chris Van Horn, who was a fantastic running back, but we've been lucky to be able to trot out guys like Jaden Roberts and Raul Harris and Nick Bodie and Corey Fountain and Cooper Everard. We're really deep at all our skill positions on offense, but back to your question, I think offensive line would be the hardest to have to replace.
And Coach, you guys are sitting at 6-0 right now after the win tonight at against Suncoast, 53-0. You're over the halfway point in the regular season. You're sort of looking ahead in terms of the big district games and obviously the playoffs in the next month or two. Tell me a little bit about, all right, we gotten our feet wet. We've seen a little bit of adversity. What's the new message to the guys? What do you tell the guys at this point in the season? What are the things that you're dialing in as you close out the regular season next 4 or 5 weeks?
Sure. I just think we need to execute at a high level. I think when you get into the playoffs and you're playing, teams that are battle tested, that are used to playing in those 50-50 games where anybody could win into the fourth quarter, I just think we need to be able to execute at a high level, again, regardless of who we're playing, because I think that's what's going to pay dividends later on. We need to be able to, run the football, protect the ball on offense, which opens up our play action game, which is a big part of our offense. And then on defense, we just got to be able, to tackle consistently and, create turnovers. And so, yeah, I'm excited about, what we have. I'm excited for, week to week. We're not looking too far ahead. We're focused on Wellington, which is a conference game for us coming up next Friday on the road. So looking forward to, a great game there next Friday. And then, we'll go from there. But yeah, I think we have a really senior laden team that has been battle tested for the last few years now. And so we're excited about, what the future holds.
And Coach, we talked about it a little bit, but I'm more to get a sense, halfway through the regular season, like we said, what do you think the identity of this team is? Can you categorize something like that? Does it change year by year? Do you try to keep it under the same umbrella of Jupiter Warrior football culture? What is this year's team's identity?
Sure. I just think physicality, toughness, physicality. I think we play a really good brand of football where it's not just, line up in 2x2 and run inside zone and throw mirrored routes. I think, our coaches and our staff does a really good job of buying into the offense we brought here 4 years ago and building it around the personnel and the players that we have and, keeping our base identity what it is, but then molding it to the strengths of the players that we have returning, in any given season. And so I think just, a bunch of shifts, a bunch of motions. We run, 12, 15 different formations, but we stick to the core, run game and pass game concepts that we've had. And, each and every week we add a wrinkle or two, to take advantage of whatever that defense has given us, that we've seen on film. So, and then defensively, we play great defense, keep everything in front of us, allow our safeties to play downhill and make plays, and then just get after the quarterback. So, and then just in the third phase, just play great special teams. And our special teams coordinator, Brett Miller, does a really good job with our guys. And we've been blessed to have some good kickers and we try to create some wrinkles in the kicking game that give us an advantage on Friday night. So yeah, I think that's kind of our overall identity. It's hard to just put your finger on one word or one phrase or something like that. But I think good, smart football and we're physical, and I feel like teams know that they play Jupiter when our game's over.
Coach, I even feel like at a professional level that special teams is almost a lost art. Do you get the sense that sometimes people don't dial in on special teams not nearly as much as they should because of how much it could change a game?
No doubt. I think you're seeing it now. I think I was watching the game the other night, and I feel like there's been, 9 or 10 blocked field goals this year in the NFL, and I've seen a ton on Saturdays as well. And so, not that they're not spending time doing it, because I know they are at that level, but there's just there's new strategies, there's new techniques. Guys are jumping over the center and stuff like that to block kicks. Guys are getting a lot more penetration up the middle to block kicks. And so, yeah, we spend a ton of time on special teams here at Jupiter and really pride ourselves on, winning that phase of the game. And we know it can make a critical difference in how we play on Friday nights. And we're also blessed, we have 15, 16 coaches on our staff. So, we're 10 or 11 of our guys are in the building. So we're able to spend that time each day of practice on special teams and dedicate, a couple coaches to that phase of the game. And so that certainly, helps us as well.
Coach Jason Crabbin, Jupiter Warrior Football, ESPN 106.3. Coach, I appreciate the time. One last thing here. I'm curious. You're going to dial this in now. You've had a great win today, relatively unchallenged game, if I'm allowed to say. But in terms of what you're going to do, in terms of dialing it in, I'm going to ask you to nitpick. What are you going to change about the guys this week, in the weeks coming? What are you going to get on them in the film study eventually when you get to it?
Sure. I just think our conditioning, I think we got exposed a little bit against Palm Beach Central in the fourth quarter. We had a bunch of guys go down with cramps and cramping issues. And we've talked about hydration with guys' water bottles, and we did all the things that you think you need to do in order to, prevent that stuff from happening. But we do have a good amount of guys that go both ways. And so when you get into a fourth quarter game, you got to make sure your guys are properly hydrated. So we just need to continue to condition our guys in practice and make sure our guys are taking the proper steps to stay hydrated throughout the week, so that come Friday night they're able to to play all 48 minutes and finish the game for us. So that'll be our goal this week.
All right, Coach, I appreciate the time as always. I appreciate you breaking it down for us. It's good to chat. Looking forward to talking again soon. All right, take care.
Yes, sir. Thank you, fellas.
You got it.
Have a good one.
That's
All right,
Coach
bye-bye.
Jason Cradman of Jupiter Warrior Football. They are at 6-0. one of the more disciplined teams in the area. You know, defensively, they're going to be on their keys, and they had all their returning starters offensively. They won tonight over Suncoast 53-0. In terms of the other scores, here's what I have for you. Our HSS game of the week, 47-8 final score. Royal Palm over Boca Raton. West Boca won over Western, 35-0. We'll have some other scores as we enter into break. And on the other side of things, you can check out our ESPN Top 63 Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, where we have our full actual live stream. So if you missed any of the game, you want to watch back, you actually can do that. But Vero Beach is up over Booker T. Washington, 42-7. Fort Pierce Westwood's up big over Port St. Lucie. That is 40-0. Centennial, last I checked there, it was 20-0 at half. I haven't gotten a full update after that. Benjamin beat Seminole Ridge tonight, 21-7. Martin County, Coach Rod Harris had the Tigers ready over Palm Bay. That was 44-9 final score. Pahokee won over Lake Worth, big 26-0. And in terms of the other scores, Palm Beach Central back in the win column, won over Palm Beach Gardens, 48-14. In terms of some other scores, I got a few more for you. Dr. Joaquin Garcia won over Wellington, 20-12. So that was a final score we had there. And we'll check throughout the Palm Beach County area as we inch closer. We'll talk to Baz Alford of Jupiter Christian on the other side of things. He won his game yesterday, so we'll talk to him over Tradition Prep. That's all to come. We're going to take a time out here. It's Colin Russo from the City Play Studios, ESPN 106.3.
Hi, this is Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. We are a Florida civil trial law firm that specializes in the areas of personal injury and wrongful death. Our offices are located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Our lawyers have litigated thousands of matters at the Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County courthouses. Our lawyers, paralegals, and other numerous members of our legal team live in Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast cities and towns such as West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, Lake Worth, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm City, Jupiter, and others just like you and your families. We are a statewide recognized law firm, but it is your community and your families that we live and associate with on a daily basis. Our most satisfying achievement is when we know that our legal power has helped a fellow member of our Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast community secure a fair and just huge result. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztelac.com. That's 561-232-6366. aztelac.com. Keep your cool with Aztel Air.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
This is the Inter Miami save of the game.
This is Coelho with a shot on target, but a diving save. Oscar Ustari, first save of the game for Oscar. It was a nice ball roll by Coelho, got him free, put a shot on target, but Oscar met it right there on sight. Big save.
Brought to you by PNC Bank. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Our ESPN West Palm High School Game Day post-game presented by HSS Florida. Colin Russo with you at the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Big thanks to Jason Crabman, head coach of Jupiter Warrior Football, for joining us, telling us about their win over Suncoast. He's always a pleasure to talk to, as always. So we appreciate Coach Crabman. We'll talk to Coach Baz Alfred of Jupiter Christian Football, who won yesterday, actually, against Tradition Prep 48-7. We'll talk to Coach Baz momentarily and break down a couple of things there. First, Land Rover Palm Beach. If you notice a high school athlete in the area in Palm Beach County or the Treasure Coast, you want to nominate them for the Land Rover Player of the Week, all you got to do is DM ESPN West Palm. Lease the new 2026 Range Rover Valor P250S today at Land Rover Palm Beach for only $749 a month, or with a 36-month lease, or come see the new 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 a month. Head over to Land Rover Palm Beach today. It's located on Okeechobee Boulevard, just past the Turnpike, or visit LandRoverPalmBeach.com to test drive any of their luxury cars today. That's Land Rover Palm Beach, above and beyond. So in terms of the other coaches that we'll have on, one of them includes the head coach of Jupiter Christian Football, sitting at 6-1 now after a win yesterday over Tradition Prep 48-7. Like to welcome in the head coach of said team, Coach Baz Alfred, joining us. Coach Alfred, what's going on? How we doing?
I'm great, man. Thank you for having me. How you guys doing?
Wonderful. And you had a little bit of an off day, I guess, an off Friday. Played early on the Thursday. Tell me about that a little bit. Do you like playing on the Thursdays?
I say we don't mind it. It's something we have to do, being that we don't have a home football field. So we play our games at Jupiter High. So we have to play on Thursday nights just to better suit their schedule as well. They have games on Friday nights, but we don't mind it, getting the game on Thursday, having a light lift and film on Fridays, and allowing the boys to get out of there and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
And, Coach, does that give you guys a little bit of extra time? But because you guys were coming off a bye coming into this week's game, am I right? Or is that a rescheduled game?
No, that's correct. We're coming off a bye week.
And tell me a little bit about the bye week keys that you were trying to narrow down. How do you treat the bye week? Is it more about rest recovery? Is it more about, all right, if there's something to change, now's the time? How did you handle it this past bye week for this season?
Well, just like I said last night, point of emphasis on bye weeks is always to focus on new things like special teams. That's not something new, but something where it's always something to give us like an added advantage. I feel like a lot of high school teams don't focus on special teams, and that's a process of the game that you want to take advantage of, and that's something we always go into the bye week and we focus on. So we put a lot of time in our special teams during the bye week. We added some new wrinkles to the offense and added some new wrinkles to the defense as well during the bye week. And we also gave the boys some time. We went bowling last Thursday. We gave them Friday off. We did some team bonding stuff. So it was a great week for us, and we came back ready to go last night.
And I'm curious about the special teams aspect of it. I was just talking to Coach Crabman of Jupiter High, actually, and we were talking about how special teams, even professionally, you can even see it at the college level and the professional NFL level. It's aforementioned. It's forgotten in a sense that, it's just not as uptight and cleaned up as it could be at the highest level. Is that something that you sort of center in with your guys to make sure that, hey, we might not win with special teams, but we're definitely not going to lose via special teams?
I think every single coach on our coaching staff has done a great job of just having their hands on the special teams and focusing on the special teams. We have a lot of our starters, two-way guys, one-way guys going in on special teams are doing an amazing job. So, yes, it's something that we focus on each and every week. Every single day we have one or two special teams, and we always throw in different wrinkles, always throw in a fake or two, and things that we're focused on at the beginning of the year during camp. We're still running right now and executing on Friday nights and Thursday nights because we put so much focus on it, and the coaches are doing an amazing job with the boys each and every week.
Do you get the sense that it's almost harder to narrow in with the guys because does it almost seem less natural to get it tight and uptight and proper? Is it the toughest thing to coach as a head coach of a team?
I don't think so. I think it's a way to get to the field. So I think if you take advantage of it, if you're a young freshman or sophomore, typically those JV type guys, and they're looking for a spot to get on the field, oftentimes what we've noticed in the Jupiter Christian over the last 5 years is some of our defensive starters started off as special team guys their freshman, sophomore year. And some way in that middle of the season, coming out of a bye week, they ended up taking someone's spot on defense. And it happens on special teams. They get noticed on special teams, and then they're getting more reps on defense or offense, and then now they're becoming a starter at the end of the season. So I think it's a way to find yourself to get a spot on the field or get an opportunity to get yourself in front of the coaches.
Coach Baz Alford of Jupiter Christian joining us now. Coach, tell us a little bit about the tradition prep game, 48-7. Did this game go according to plan? Walk us through it a little bit.
Well, coming into the game, they're 2-4. They looked a bit scrappy on film, so we was expecting a lot of back and forth, some scrappiness. I thought it was going to be a tighter ball game at halftime, but we came out there guns blazing. We did an amazing job. The defense was flying around. It's the best we looked as a football team in 3 quarters of football, I would say, with our starters in there. Our twos got an opportunity to play in the fourth quarter, but to watch what we put out there on the field yesterday from all 3 phases of the game, I think everyone did a great job. The defense was flying around, like I said, and they continued on the point that they've been playing on, that high level that they've been playing on throughout the season. Offense led by Dorian Fauntleroy, our quarterback. Receivers, Caden Alula, Luke Beach, Ryder Zuniga, all of them had great games. And then let's not forget R.J. Wilkerson, who leads the state in rushing touchdowns right now. He's been doing an amazing job all year in that offensive line, and they continue to do that yesterday night.
And, Coach, one thing I'm curious about is going into a game like that, you mentioned the team was going to be very scrappy, and that's sort of what the expectation was going in. How do you get guys prepared for a scrappy game? That almost seems like it seems like a nuisance. And some teams are scrappy, and they like playing in a gritty and grimy game, so to speak, a muddied up football game. But when you know you're going to play a team that's going to really just try to edge in the way through on the scrappiness side of things, is there a different type of game plan going in?
Just remembering your points, remembering the point of emphasis as coaches, and you want to play the Jupiter Christian way, and that's being disciplined, listening to the coaches, listening to the game plans on the offensive side, defensive side, and every keys that we have on special teams, and just teaching those boys whatever they're being taught throughout the week from their position coaches and defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, just making sure that we stay who we are. Tradition prep was scrappy. Inlet Grove, we have next Thursday, is going to be scrappy as well, and having a great season under Remington Young and his first year as a head coach, 4-2 right now. They're going to be scrappy coming into our house on Thursday as well. We just have to make sure that we're disciplined. We're playing football the way we want to play at our pace and not going to anyone's level, whether that's high, low, whatever it is, not playing their type of game. And if it's going to be scrappy, we got to remember who we are and play football the right way.
And, Coach, you mentioned the tradition prep game. You expected it to be a little closer, especially in the second half, but you guys played really well in terms of extending the lead. Is there anything that didn't go to plan in yesterday's game that maybe you thought it'd go this way and it didn't?
No, sir. I think everything that we expected and how the game played out is everything that we expected in the end. Again, I expected a very, very scrappy game from watching them on film over the last couple of weeks preparing for them. But I think last night we came out there, we were the aggressor. We played football sound. We played some sound football. It was very physical. It was smart. Dorian controlled the offense with all those guys I named before. The defense was flying around. We did an amazing job on both sides. And then special teams, we got a key block and then recovered it in the end zone by Travis King, a young freshman that's been having some impact plays throughout the year. I think everyone played together, all football players, coaching staff, everyone that helped out last night did a great job.
And, Coach, you guys have played a lot of games, too. Sitting at 6-1, you guys have had a terrific season. You had Inlet Grove coming up. You got a couple games to go. You've had your bye week is now behind you, sort of entering into the final part of the regular season these last couple of weeks here before we enter in to postseason play. Tell me a little bit about how you narrow things down. I mean, how do you, as a coach, handle the last couple weeks of the regular season? Is there something that changes in terms of the urgency? Do you expect more? How do you handle it?
Well, we got some good games coming up. We still play our rivals in Gameday. That's the last game of the year, October 24th. We have always going to be different when you're a private school going against a public school. We have Port St. Lucie High School coming up in a couple of weeks, and then Inlet Grove, who's going to be a good test, 4-2, coming in next Thursday. Going to be very, very scrappy, physical. So the way we gauge it, we keep going. We take it one day at a time. We always tell the players is 1% better each day. So we never focus on rest is behind us, right? We had a bye week, so we know there's not going to be any other time that we're going to have a whole week off. So we try to find our spots during the week where we can scale it back a little bit, but we don't want to get too lax, too complacent. We want to stay on top of the task on hand before we get to the SSAA playoffs. We're in the driving seat right now as the number one seed, and we continue to keep that stay that way. So we have to keep winning games, and we have to be smart about it. If it's a game, everyone's going to play. If it gets to a point where we're running away with it, then we have to be smart as coaches and get the starters out of there so they can find that rest and allow those young guys to get in there and gain that experience that we're going to need deep into a playoff run.
Coach, I imagine it's a tricky type of thing to balance. You've had a lot of success there, and of course you've coached a lot of great teams before. But at this point, establishing urgency and also managing expectation. You guys are the one seed. You want to maintain that. You want the guys to continue to get better, but you also want them to sort of understand the moment, not buy into too much into their own hype, I imagine. Is this a message that you sort of have to the guys? And I guess the question I'm trying to ask is, how do you manufacture urgency and adversity at this point in the season when the team's playing so well?
I think we do a great job as coaches to not look at rankings and not buy into the rankings too much. Anything can happen. You could slip up by focusing on stuff like that. We always focus on a game ahead and task at hand. We never get a week ahead. So we're looking at Inlet Grove right now after last night's game. We start to watch film. We get prepared for them. When we're in the heat of the moment, we want to focus on that moment right now and stay in the present. Win the game. Get the starters out if we have an opportunity to do so. Rotate as many guys as we can so we keep fresh legs for that going into that following week. But also remain focused on we're not in the playoffs yet. We have to win out in order to get the number one seed to host playoff games. So it is a tough position to be in, but you want to continue winning games and want to keep the boys focused. And the coaches have been doing a great job of that this year, and they're going to continue to do that. And I have all my faith and belief in them and have to continue to support them as well as lead them as the head coach. And we're doing a great job of that.
Coach Baz Alford of Jupiter Christian Football joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida. Coach, do you guys, I mean, it's true. I mean, you're always going to be everybody's biggest game in the next few weeks. Do you embrace being the hunted in a way that you know you're going to get everybody's best shot and you know that everybody's going to give you their best run for it because of your guys' success and Jupiter Christian's success? Is that something that you embrace as a coach, the team embraces?
Yeah, I enjoy every second of it. Having won the SSAA title last year, We knew that was going to be a big target on our back, especially a lot of these opponents that we're going to possibly see during the playoffs or possibly in the championship game. We knew that we were going to be in this place again with an opportunity to go back to back. So with that being said, you know you're going to get everyone's A game every Thursday, Friday night, and you have to prepare as coaches and players to not have that slip up. And you're going to have moments in the game where it's going to happen. You have to remain focused, and adversity is going to happen, and you got to stand tall and just be prepared for every battle. So we're excited. We know that we're going to be a lot of people's target, but we also enjoy knowing that we control our own destiny. So all we have to do is continue winning, as hard as that sounds, but it's something we've been doing the last 2 years. The last 2 years at Jupiter Christian. So we just need to focus at one game at a time and not look ahead.
When you guys are championship winning, you've seen the success that you guys have seen. The expectation changes internally, externally, the other coaches, the parents, everybody involved adjusts their expectations for what they see in the team week by week, year by year. Does that change how you guys approach the team year by year once you realize that, hey, we're going to be really good again and we want to stay really good? We got to change some things up, or is this something that has just been a gradual process over the years? How have you guys as a coaching staff, and how has the team responded to the adjusting expectation of Jupiter Christian football?
I think everyone in the locker room, anyone in the coaching staff, the training room, athletic support team, president, everyone at Jupiter Christian expects us to go back to back. That's something that's been going around in the hallways, in the locker room, on the practice fields ever since we won last November. And they know the expectations. When you walk in that locker room, it's a championship program. You want to win another one. And you look at it as you've been there before at the top of the hill and you want to get back there. Now it's a tough climb. It's not going to be easy. And we understand that. There's some great teams in the SSA and what they've done to build this into a very competitive association. I can't be more excited for what's coming up in the next several years in the association itself and all the teams that are making the transition to SSA. So the way we look at it as, man, it's a win or bust. You win another one, you're excited about it, you go back and you do it again and try to win 3 in a row. You lose in the first round or you lose in the playoffs and you don't get back on the top of the hill. I mean, that was a disappointing season. Then we have an opportunity to finish 9-1. Again, it's 1 week at a time. That's a great season, but if you don't do your job and you don't get to the top of the hill and have an opportunity to win another one, it's tough to go out there with a sour taste in your mouth. So expectations are high. Everyone feels the same way. Everyone talks about it on the daily. I have to keep the boys and the coaching staff focused. That's one game at a time, and we can't get ahead of it. It's a lot of games in front of us, 7 games in front of us to get back to that point. So we just have to focus and stay hungry. But Inlet Grove is at our headlights right now.
And, Coach, in order for you guys to continue improving, tell me a little bit about entering this last part of the regular season. What is it that you're looking to see from the team? In order for Jupiter Christian to be successful, in order to get where they want to be, I need to see this. What is that thing?
I think I need to see continued growth from those young guys that could be situational type players. There's a lot of guys on our roster that can help out with 10, 15 snaps on either side of the ball. You need that depth going into the playoffs. You need, as you said it before, it's a lot of games. We got some guys that have been with us for 4 or 5 years playing varsity ball. Those miles start to wear and tear on the body. We need some guys to come in there and give us 10 snaps here, 15 snaps there, and help us out with the duration of the season because we do not have any bye weeks. We don't have any downtime. So we need some young guys to step up. We have to continue to get better on both sides of the ball, offensively, defensively. There's going to be some great teams ahead in the SSAA on the south side and then getting prepared for a battle against whoever comes out on the north. So, it's staying focused. It's continue to get better, continue to work hard as we go through the latter part of the season. A lot of these guys get tired and stuff. Find that energy, find that excitement, and continue to play for our end goal, which is another championship.
Coach, a lot of expectations for you guys. Looking forward to seeing you guys continue working towards accomplishing these things. I appreciate the time, Coach. I appreciate you giving us a little bit of a rundown what happened yesterday, especially on a Friday night. Looking forward to chatting again soon, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you for your time. And again, I greatly appreciate you having me on. And best of luck for the rest of the night, and hear from you guys soon. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Coach. That's Coach Baz Alford of Jupiter Christian Football. 6-1 they sit after beating Tradition Prep yesterday, 48-7. Jupiter Christian, a lot of expectation there, looking to get back and win another championship. So what we will do is we will take a timeout, and on the other side of things, we'll hear from Coach Kevin Thompson of Palm Beach Central Football. The Broncos, they had a big win tonight, 42-14 over Palm Beach Gardens. So we'll talk to him. We'll talk about the team and the brutal schedule that they have had in terms of the amount of talented teams that they have seen. But that's all to come. That's coming up right after this on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida on ESPN 106.3.
Hi, this is Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. We are a Florida civil trial law firm that specializes in the areas of personal injury and wrongful death. Our offices are located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Our lawyers have litigated thousands of matters at the Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County courthouses. Our lawyers, paralegals, and other numerous members of our legal team live in Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast cities and towns such as West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, Lake Worth, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm City, Jupiter, and others just like you and your families. We are a statewide recognized law firm, but it is your community and your families that we live and associate with on a daily basis. Our most satisfying achievement is when we know that our legal power has helped a fellow member of our Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast community secure a fair and just huge result. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztelac.com. That's 561-232-6366. aztelac.com. Keep your cool with Aztel Air.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Anna Jar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
This is the Inter Miami save of the game.
This is Coelho with a shot on target, but a diving save. Oscar Ustari, first save of the game for Oscar. It was a nice ball roll by Coelho, got him free, put a shot on target, but Oscar met it right there on sight. Big save.
Brought to you by PNC Bank. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Recently, I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Joshua S. Jew, who operates out of Good Samaritan Health Center through the Palm Beach Health Network, and he explains how Florida is in the stone belt when it comes to being at risk to developing kidney stones.
There's a 1 in 10 risk of having kidney stones. Down in the stone belt, which is the southern part of the United States, especially the southeastern part of the United States, that risk is even higher. A lot of that's due to dehydration, which is probably the biggest risk factor for kidney stone formation, as well as diet. Having high oxalate-rich foods can predispose to stone formation risk. Florida is right in the middle of the stone belt, so a much higher risk of having stone disease here.
That was Dr. Joshua S. Jew from the Palm Beach Network Physician Group. For a physician referral, call 866-654-2362 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day postgame rolls on. We're at the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach, streaming live on our ESPN Top 63 YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter /X. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented in part by Culligan Water. Listen, when you go in the shower, you lather, rinse, moisturize, repeat, and repeat. If you notice something's going on with your hair, especially with the dandruff and everything like that, you're practically training for the Shower Olympics, though. Here's a twist. When you realize, what's wrong with my skin? What's wrong with my hair? It's not your shampoo's fault. It's your water. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs your pores and dries out your hair. Culligan Water Softeners remove these damaging minerals. They revitalize your brittle hair and the dry skin. Upgrade your shower system today. Right now, they're offering 12 months off of no interest and no payments. Visit Culligan.com for more information or just say one more time, hey, Culligan, man. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, of course, our HSS Game of the Week. Royal Palm won easy over Boca Raton 48-7. An easy one for them, a quick one. Running clock, that hole goes there. Appreciate the other coaches for joining us now. I'd like to welcome in another coach momentarily. We're going to talk to Coach Kevin Thompson in a couple moments of Palm Beach Central, who won tonight 48-14. They have had a brutal schedule in terms of the top teams in this county that they have played basically week after week. I don't think anybody plays a tougher schedule than Palm Beach Central. But in terms of the other final scores that we have from throughout this area, what we have are Royal Palm and Boca Raton. Of course, we have that final score at 47-8. But in terms of the other scores, we'll keep you updated on when we get more of them because there's a lot of weather delays tonight. But here's what we have, though. However, Vero Beach won over Booker T. Washington. 42-13 was the final score. Fort Pierce Westwood won over Port St. Lucie. That was 40-0. Benjamin beat Seminole Ridge tonight, 21-7. Martin County beat Palm Bay. That was 44-9. Pokey final score over Lake Worth was 26-0. Palm Beach Central, we'll talk to Coach Kevin Thompson when we get him on the horn. We're working on that. That was a 48-14. Dr. Joaquin Garcia beat Wellington tonight 20-12. Jupiter Warriors beat Suncoast 53-0. Having some technical difficulties getting Coach Thompson on. West Boca beat Western tonight 35-0. American Heritage Football beat Somerset Canyons. They had a late safety that wrapped things up. 16-13 was the final score on that front. And of course, our HSS game of the week, 47-8. Waurapalm over Boca Raton. So we're all set there, and that's what we have from throughout the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area. We'd like to welcome in the head coach of Palm Beach Central, who won tonight 48-14 over Palm Beach Gardens. Back at the win column, Coach Kevin Thompson with us now. Coach Thompson, welcome in. What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I appreciate the time tonight. Tell us a little bit about the game, 48-14 over Gardens. Did this game go according to plan? How'd it go?
For the most part, it did. You know, you're just happy to be in the win column. You know, it's been a tougher year than normal. So just happy to be in the win column. And, you know, same thing we talked about last time. You know, winning is hard.
And, Coach, going into the game against Gardens, what was the game plan? What did you want to see from your guys, and what did you see from your guys?
Just to finish, man. You know, like if you look at all the games we're losing these games by 1 point or 2 points or a drop punt or a muff punt or just the weirdest. We're just losing games some of the weirdest ways that I'm just trying to figure it all out to get these guys to just play a complete game.
And, Coach, coming off of the couple losses that you guys have had, you said finishing the games have been tough. How do you teach stuff like that? Is it really an experience thing? Is it a attention to detail? Is it a little bit of luck? I mean, how has the season went in terms of finishing strong?
It's a lack of focus, man. It's a lack of focus most of the time, and it's a lack of kind of mental toughness. You know, when stuff kind of gets tight, and all of a sudden the game gets a lot closer. You know, some people step up, and some people just trying to figure a way to hide. And you know, it's just one of those things that we have to learn, that you have to find a way to win tough games and close games, and we just haven't been able to do that yet.
And, Coach, I mean, on top of that, you guys have had a very tough schedule. You guys always have a tough schedule in terms of the teams that you play. Who have you, I guess, should I put it this way? Has this been tougher than you expected in terms of the difficulty of the schedule, or did you anticipate your guys responding better than how they have? I mean, give me a little bit of a macro season review to this point.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to any opponent we've played. I mean, those are all games that, you know, I hate saying it like this because it sounds terrible, but those are games we should have won. You know, we were in all those games. It's just finding ways to get these wins. And the way I told the kids today for this week was, we keep snatching defeat from victory. You know what I mean? We have game one, and then just out of the most random things will happen, you know, and we just have to find a way to just be consistent and win in pressure situations.
And, Coach, have you ever dealt with a team like this that it almost seems like you guys are allergic to winning the close game? Is this something that is sort of new in terms of adjusting week-by-week basis, or have you dealt with something like this before? And more importantly, what have you done to combat this?
Listen, I'm starting to realize I am not deep into the head coaching game, man. This is year 4 for me, and I am learning something completely new. I am having to draw on every experience I've ever had in the 21 years I've been coaching as an assistant and as a head coach, because this is a different kind of team, man. You know, they're super talented. You know, I have some guys on this team that could play anywhere they want. It's just getting them to play together, play for Central, play for the same reason, have the same goals in mind, and just finishing and being mentally tough. And, you know, trying to teach people how to be mentally tough and to be winners has proven to be a lot harder than I expected.
And, Coach, how have you guys responded to this type of criticism that, hey, you guys need to be tougher mentally, you guys need to be able to close things out better? And they've won tonight, but have they responded to this type of, I guess, the adjustments that they need to make, or is this still a work in progress?
It's still a work in progress, man. I think the last time we spoke, I kind of gave like a little heads up of what we're facing. And, you know, it's just, you know, you have to enjoy the win because, you know, they are hard-earned, but it's just not a finished product, man. We have so much more to go, and it's going to take us really, really, you know, focusing and understanding that, these games where you blow somebody out or you win big is not the same as when you're playing somebody with a little comp, and we have to figure out how to win those tough games.
Coach Kevin Thompson of Palm Beach Central Football joining us now. Coach, you're talking about getting the guys mentally prepared, mentally tougher to be able to win these close games. I mean, is it a matter of motivation, inspiration, or is it a matter of discipline, or is it a mixture of all in terms of getting these guys, I guess, onto their keys and making sure that they're ready to go each game day?
Hey, it is a mixture of all. It is a little bit of this one week, it's a little bit of that one week, it's a little bit of this one week, and all you're doing is trying to find the right recipe to kind of get them all on the same page. That hey, let's win it for this, let's win it for that, let's do it for this. You know what I mean? And every day you're trying to kind of find the thing to kind of get 18-year-olds to kind of go in the same direction and have the same goals.
And, Coach, you guys have played competitive games week in and week out against very good teams, too. So, you've said it, the talent is there. It's just a matter of, I guess, stacking this together and putting everything together at once. But and also losing close games week in and week out for high school students is demoralizing, especially for a team with high expectations. You don't necessarily want to lose their focus a little bit and lose the locker room in a way. How have you sort of seen the team adjusting week in and week out, whether it's a win or a loss, especially after something like today?
No, one thing I could definitely say, I'm really proud of our guys, because usually, in situations like this, you could go to practice and everybody's kind of find a way to tap out and quit. But what I can really see is that, like, every practice we've had, they're still fighting, man. They're still out here working. They're still coming to practice. I don't have a bunch of kids being absent or trying to find or make excuses. They've really owned it. And, like a lot of times, the easy target is, the coaching is this and that. But, it's really, really great when you hear the kids going, no, coach, we have to do better. We have to figure this out. You're putting us in the right places. You're preparing us. You're setting the table for us. And we have to figure out what we as a group want to do. And, and that's really what I'm super proud of this team about, man. Like, if you come to practice, it's still loud, it's still boisterous, people are still flying around, still a lot of energy, so I'm really proud of that.
And, Coach, you mentioned that you are this has been a different type of year for you as a coach, but what do you think are some of the things that you've learned as a coaching staff in terms of coaching different players, coaching different types of teams? What are sort of the takeaways that you've had halfway through the season, a little over halfway, from a coaching perspective?
Guys got to you really have to build the team chemistry through the weight room, man. You really got to get these guys together earlier and kind of stay with them and kind of really show them that winning takes sacrifice. Like, it's not just a thing that just happens. When you speak to some of these guys, they were surprised they were so hard. And you've been trying to tell them, like, no, all the years we've been winning, it took a lot of sacrifice, it took a lot of time. It was a group effort. Like, everybody has to understand that it's not about the I. It's completely a we thing.
And, Coach, in terms of some of the positives that you could take away from the team, you mentioned the talent. You mentioned that the team is close every single week. What are some of the big positives you've taken away, at least the past couple weeks and to this point in the season?
I mean, the positives is, like, you see that we're in every game. You know what I mean? We're right there. You know what I mean? We're right there, and we just keep finding ways to not finish. But you can see the kids seeing that's what it is. Because it's really easy to go, man, we're a bunch of losers. What I preach to them, we might have lost some games, but we're not losers. All right, we've lost games, but we're not losers. We're not going to start not having our shirt tucked in. We're not going to start showing up late. We're not going to start missing the weight room. We're not going to start doing things that we know part of this program have traditionally helped us win games. And I'm just really proud of the guys for, like, pushing and fighting through, this adversity.
And, Coach, you mentioned, like, you're in every game. You haven't won every close game, but you've been in the mix for it. I mean, I haven't talked to you since some of these low games. What has it been? Has it been a couple key plays here and there? Has it been the team being ahead or team coming from behind too late? Has it been a mix and match of everything? What has gone into some of these losses throughout the year?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about a mix and match, like, I don't want to, I really don't want to throw a lot of these guys on the bus. You're talking about, we're in games and, we're ready to come back and somebody who's a top talent for us, they'll drop a punt and then another guy will drop a punt, or a guy will miss a kickoff, or a guy will blow an assignment, or somebody will it's the weirdest thing, man. And then when you go back to it, it's never just one thing. It's just a bunch of little things And then when we start trying to figure a way to get back in the game, or we're in the game, we'll just make the most random mistake. You're just like, how do you coach that? Like, how do you prepare for a kid who's a senior to do something that he's never done before, just randomly out of nowhere? You know what I mean? And it's just one of those things, man. It's just one of those years where it's just kind of a perfect storm of just randomness.
And Coach, looking to build some momentum after the win tonight at Palm Beach Gardens, three straight road games. Now going back home, give me a little sense of what the message, the expectation, what is going to be, how you dial in this last month of the regular season. What are you looking for?
Oh, we just kind of told them, enjoy the win tonight. Winning is hard, and you got to celebrate it when you get it. But we have a district game coming up next week against a really good Lakes team that's really come on with themselves, and it's probably going to be a close game, and we have to figure out this week, hey, we're getting another opportunity to play a tough, close game. What are we going to do? How are we going to handle it? What are we going to do to finish this one? And that's the lesson that we keep trying to learn this whole season, is just how do we finish tough games? How do we finish these tough games?
Coach, what would you say of your Bronco team, the Palm Beach Central team? What has been the biggest surprise to this point?
I guess our record.
Yeah.
That's their biggest surprise. That is completely been the biggest surprise. It's just the record in itself.
And looking ahead, the last couple games of the year, you mentioned the Palm Beach Lakes game. But in terms of what you're going to dial in, obviously you're going to mentally prepare for the guys. Hey, we're going to be in a close game. Be ready for it. We got to make sure we do things differently this time. But in terms of skill aspect of perspective, what areas of the field, what areas of the team are you looking to dial in this week in practice and throughout the last month?
How you doing? All right. I mean, really and truly, it's you just kind of tighten up the back end, on the secondary. We got a lot of young guys back there, a lot of new guys playing in the secondary, and we just got to kind of tighten that up a little bit. And, offensively, we just got to get Chance back on track. He's a great athlete. He's done some great things for us. We just got to find a way to get him where he wants to be, find plays that he's comfortable with, so he can help finish some of these games for us.
And, Coach, congratulations on the win, of course, but the rest of the year in terms of the coaching staff, have you guys adjusted how you guys coach this team, or have you stuck to your roots, stuck to your guns in terms of the method in which you guys coach these guys?
I mean, you really don't want to do too many giant changes, because the kids will start all of a sudden think you're panicking. You don't want to do mass changes, but you do have to tweak a couple of things. You do have to spend a little bit more time walking them through things and breaking things down. You're talking about only 3 stars returning from last year, and 3 on offense and 4 on defense. So it's a kind of a whole new group, playing for the first time in high stakes games that have never really had this opportunity. So, you're just trying to teach them how to win. Like, there's just the lesson is just find a way to win one thing. Win the day, win the rep. I tell them, we're going to race and get in water. We're going to figure out how to win, get in water. Just trying to find a way to get them to understanding how to finish and win.
Well, Coach, talk about winning. You guys got to win tonight. Back in the win column. Excited for you guys. Excited. Hopefully you guys can continue building on this momentum. I appreciate you giving us the time here on a Friday night. Appreciate the win. Appreciate enjoy the weekend, I should say. I'm looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
You got it. That's Coach Kevin Thompson of Palm Beach Central Football. Appreciate him giving us the time, as always. They won tonight 48-14 over Palm Beach Gardens. This is a team who, mind you, was close against Jupiter last week on the road, 27-20. They lost last one. They had a surprise loss to Santa Lucia's 28-27 a couple weeks ago. They lost to West Boca. They lost to Pahokee. They've played about every tough team in this area. So this is a team that is experienced in terms. They played Atlantic in that first game, the kickoff classic. So they've played all these great teams from throughout Palm Beach County. They're battle-tested. Just a matter of closing out these games. Appreciate Coach Kevin Thompson giving us the time. If you missed any of these interviews, miss any of these coach interviews, catch our catalog and look at it on our ESPN West Palm High School Game Day podcasts, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Catch full interviews of these coaches from throughout Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. It's in one spot. We'll take a time out, and on the other side of things, we'll hear from Coach Rod Harris of Martin County High School, another guy who has led this team to a ton of success in this point in the season. They had a big win tonight over Palm Bay. 44-9 was the final score. So we'll talk to Coach Rod Harris. That's all coming up. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, ESPN 106.3.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Hi, this is Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. We are a Florida civil trial law firm that specializes in the areas of personal injury and wrongful death. Our offices are located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Our lawyers have litigated thousands of matters at the Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County courthouses. Our lawyers, paralegals, and other numerous members of our legal team live in Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast cities and towns such as West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, Lake Worth, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm City, Jupiter, and others just like you and your families. We are a statewide recognized law firm, but it is your community and your families that we live and associate with on a daily basis. Our most satisfying achievement is when we know that our legal power has helped a fellow member of our Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast community secure a fair and just huge result. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztelac.com. That's 561-232-6366. aztelac.com. Keep your cool with Aztel Air.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Recently, I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Joshua S. Jew, who operates out of Good Samaritan Health Center through the Palm Beach Health Network, and he explains how Florida is in the Stone Belt when it comes to being at risk to developing kidney stones.
There's a 1 in 10 risk of having kidney stones down in the Stone Belt, which is the southern part of the United States, especially the southeastern part of the United States. That risk is even higher. A lot of that's due to dehydration, which is probably the biggest risk factor for kidney stone formation, as well as diet having high oxalate-rich foods can predispose to stone formation risk. Florida is right in the middle of the stone belt, so a much higher risk of having stone disease here.
That was Dr. Joshua S. Jew from the Palm Beach Network Physician Group. For a physician referral, call 866-654-2362 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day post game presented by HSS Florida. Colin Russo with you. We're at the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Some of the scores from throughout Palm Beach County. John Carroll beat Holy Trinity tonight, 42-24. Vero Beach beat Booker T. Washington, 42-13. Fort Pierce Central beat Legacy, 49-14. Fort Pierce Westwood beat Port St. Lucie, 40-0. Benjamin took down Seminole Ridge, 21-7. Martin County, we'll talk to Coach Rod Harris momentarily. 44-9, they beat Palm Bay tonight. Pahokee beat Lake Worth, 26-0. Palm Beach Central, appreciate Coach Kevin Thompson giving us the time. They just won 48-14. Speaking of the Martin County win over Palm Bay, we'd like to welcome in the head coach of Martin County. It is Coach Rod Harris with us now, our Kaiser's Coaches Corner. Coach Harris, what's going on? How we doing?
Yeah, doing very well after a nice win versus Palm Bay tonight.
Coach, tell us a little bit about the expectation going into the game. Did this game go according to plan? Walk us through it a little bit.
Well, you never know what's going to get after a bye week. So, it's a little bit different, and you look forward because you don't want to lose a little momentum. I thought tonight our offense played really well. Manny threw 2 touchdown passes, one to Antonio Scamilla, one to Mari Queen. Kellen Cockle got in the mix, threw a touchdown pass to Anthony Forrest, and Paul Hendricks ran really well tonight, scoring 2 touchdowns. And obviously it always starts with the O-line.
And coming out of the bye, you said that was one thing. You don't want to lose any momentum, don't want to lose any steam, wind in the sails. How did you guys handle your bye week? Was it more about rest and recovery, getting the guys healthy? Would you want to add something, remove something, tweak something? How'd it go?
All of the above.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing is always try to get healthy. It's mid-season. These kids, it's a grueling season for the length of time we go. And then it was a chance for us to take a step back, regroup, and say, okay, what are we doing well? What are we not doing well? And obviously tweak some things throughout the whole program. And I think we did that. Came out a nice win, a nice defensive effort, only giving up 7 points and scoring 7 themselves on Jerome King's interception. And then now we're 5-1, and we're already looking forward to the Martin Bowl.
Yeah, the Martin Bowl coming up next week. We'll be there as well. Well, Coach, I appreciate you giving us a little bit of a rundown there, but talk to me a little bit about that 5-1. You said the team's hot right now. You like where the team is at, responding after the initial loss to open up the season. Tell me a little bit about how they responded to that, I guess, in hindsight. Past 6 weeks of the season, we're a little over halfway. How have the Martin County Tigers responded and grew from early adversity?
Well, early adversity, I always say I like to play good teams early to give you tests to see where we need to improve, and I think we made the necessary adjustments. Early in the season, we were too emotional, and I think it hurt us on a little undisciplined, and we're getting a better grip of that and playing better throughout. I thought our special teams been consistent all year. So, like I said, it's always looking to make minor gains at this point of the season. Big gains you have early in the season. Once you get to this point, you just want to just get a little better every week, and I think we did that tonight. And next week's throw everything out because the emotions will play, and playing Southwark at Southwark, which is always a fun, enjoyable game to be part of, and we're looking forward to it.
And, Coach, emotional play, is that something you almost try to harness for a game like that coming up next week?
I use the term, I want to play with emotions, not emotional. It's a football, it is a game of emotions, and but we want to keep it within the realm of the team and the realm of the game so we don't hurt our program in any way for getting penalties or put us in bad situations. So it's always a fine line in football because there's so much energy and passion that goes in the game. And, we're still doing it, working on it, getting better at it.
And, Coach, a little over halfway point of the season, tell me a little bit about what you think the thing is that has surprised you the most about this Martin County team.
I don't know about surprise most. I mean, overall, this year our defense has been pretty dominating. They've played tremendous football, creating turnovers, holding teams down. Special teams, we have a difference maker with our kicker, Max Kennedy, who flips the field and puts the offense at the 20-yard line quite a bit. And, tonight I thought our offense really got going and played one of their better games of the season. So, we're really happy with the output and, get ready for sophomore because, everything goes out the window for that game. And you just try to get it and, be as consistent as possible and keep everything under control.
And, Coach, you're not the first person I've heard from tonight talking about specifically the special teams and honing in on it and saying that you guys are not only have you seen a ton of success, but to contribute that partially to special teams. Is that something that you, as a coach, as a coaching staff, make a big effort to sort of make sure that, hey, this is going to be locked in? Because I feel like special teams is almost a forgotten art, a forgotten piece of football, especially professionally, if you've been watching the NFL. But I'm curious on your sort of perception on how you guys treat special teams.
I've always been a big believer of defense and special teams first. Defense with keeping the game in special teams field position. So that has never changed and never will waver from my perspective. But maybe I'm older and that's just the way I think. But, we work on special teams in the spring just to get ready for the season. And I know a lot of teams don't do it, but, if teams allowed us, we would be more than happy to do full go in the spring special teams because we're usually prepared in April. And, that's what we're trying to do, put us in a position to succeed and do well in special teams because, at the end of the day, that's 1/3 of the game. When you go through the game, it's probably 30, 35 plays. And it changes outcomes of games, especially the bigger the game, the more special teams becomes, prevalent in that outcome of the game.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, all right, we don't need to win by special teams, but we definitely don't want to lose by special teams because that's one of the things that feels like it's an avoidable problem, right?
Like I said, it's as much as you work on it, it's always, there's teams sometimes being coached too or something happens, but, we try to decrease the probability of something bad happening. That's why we work on it so hard and for so long.
Coach,
like I said, it's imperative for winning football teams. They have to play all three phases.
Right.
And if they don't in big games, you're going to probably lose.
Coach Rod Harris of Martin County Football joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, you got 3 straight road games coming up. No more buys looking ahead. Tell me a little bit about what the message is going to be to the guys as you finish up the regular season here and enter into postseason play.
Yeah, we know what's at stake the next 3 weeks, but at this point in time, and I'm a firm believer, we're one game at a time. We have a lot at stake for the Martin Bowl trophy. It's a lot of prideful with the community. So we're going to have a work cut out for us because I know Coach Blatch and South Florida will be ready for us to come there next Friday night.
And coming into a road game, you guys have played a number of road games to this point. You've played a lot at home. Tell me a little bit about how you've noticed the guys responding to road tests. Is that something that you enjoy, getting the guys on the road and changing up your routine a little bit? You've only played, I believe, 2 to this point. Tell me a little bit about what you're expecting now that you're going to say 3 straight.
Yeah, it's always different at home. There's a little comfort level, which is always positive and negative. Getting on the bus and leaving, I think sometimes it focuses the kids more because they have less distractions. And then, we don't have as much time. So we go there, get off the bus, stretch, play, and, less time to worry about things and lose energy. We're just focused on what we did. I was really happy of us, coming out a little bit. We had to get them going, but that lasted, about 3-4 minutes, and then we just started kicking into gear tonight. So, that's something for everyone. Like I said, you got to take the strengths and weaknesses for everything, home and away, and there's always pluses and minuses. You just take the pluses and really accentuate them.
Coach Harris, I'm going to ask you to nitpick a little bit. I always try to. 44-9, not a lot of negatives to take away, but coming into this week in practice, especially the first game post-bye, what are the things that Coach Rod Harris was not happy tonight in terms of the performance-wise that you're looking to dial in this week in practice?
Well, I thought our tackling wasn't very good, and our pursuit needs to get better. We have a high standard on defense for that, and I thought we could get better on this, and we will get better on this week. Offensively, I thought we missed a couple throws, with the routes and stuff. That again, you can't do that in close ball games, and we have to get better on that this week, and that's what we're gonna work on and get ready for Friday night.
And, Coach, dialing up tackling, especially defensively, is that more of an effort thing or a technique thing from your perspective?
I think that tonight, like I said, we didn't tackle as much because we want to get healthy, but we will be tackling a little bit more this week and tackling drills. Like I said, I don't think we tackled as much as we should last week. So trying to get, it's always a health issue.
Right.
And no one has a lot of depth. You see it even in the pro level. They get guys injured, and next thing you know, it hurts the team. So it's always a fine line of getting physical, tackling, and then, not injuring your players. And I learned a lot when I was coaching early in my career with head coach. We're going to be physical. We were physical, but we also lost a lot of players in practice for a week or two because we were so physical when I was at Palm Beach Central back in 2008.
Right. Health is wealth, especially in this sport. Well, Coach, I appreciate giving us a little bit of a rundown late on Friday night like this. Congratulations on the win, especially post-bye, keeping it up in the win column. Looking forward to talking again soon as we follow you guys closely next week. All right? Sounds good. We'll talk soon.
Thank you for having me. Look forward to seeing you Friday night in the Martin Bowl.
All righty. That's Coach Rod Harris of Martin County. They sit at 5-1, had a 44-9 win over Palm Bay tonight. Appreciate Coach Harris giving us the time, as always. That is a team that opened up the season with a tough loss to Sebring, 13-10. Since then, their defense has given up basically a grand total of about 25 points. So it's a defense that has been on their keys, locked down, and offensively they're humming as well, scoring 40 points in 2 of their last 3 games. That's Coach Rod Harris. Appreciate his time, as always, with their Kaijus Coaches Corner. ESPN West Palm High School game day, of course, will, on the other side of things, will close out the program. But first, I got to tell you about Kaiser University. The Kaiser Seahawks are all about championships on the field and in the classroom. They got 26 national championships, including the men's tennis team, which just won their first ever NAIA title last spring. Their men's lacrosse team captured their 3rd straight NAIA Red Banner this past year. And also they got their 5th Sun Conference Commissioners Cup, which goes to the most successful athletic department in the conference. You can get the latest on Championship Kaiser Seahawk athletics programs. That's KUSeahawks.com. Go check it out today. So we'll take a time out here. We'll give you the rest of the scores as we send you off into your Friday night, the 3rd of October. Good big thanks to Coach Rod Harris, but Colin Russo here from the City Play Studios. We'll be right back after this on ESPN 106.3.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Hi, this is Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. We are a Florida civil trial law firm that specializes in the areas of personal injury and wrongful death. Our offices are located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Our lawyers have litigated thousands of matters at the Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County courthouses. Our lawyers, paralegals, and other numerous members of our legal team live in Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast cities and towns such as West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, Lake Worth, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm City, Jupiter, and others just like you and your families. We are a statewide recognized law firm, but it is your community and your families that we live and associate with on a daily basis. Our most satisfying achievement is when we know that our legal power has helped a fellow member of our Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast community secure a fair and just huge result. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. better.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztelac.com. That's 561-232-6366. aztelac.com. Keep your cool with Aztel Air.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Recently, I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Joshua S. Jew, who operates out of Good Samaritan Health Center through the Palm Beach Health Network, and he explains how Florida is in the Stone Belt when it comes to being at risk to developing kidney stones.
There's a 1 in 10 risk of having kidney stones down in the Stone Belt, which is the southern part of the United States, especially the southeastern part of the United States. That risk is even higher. A lot of that's due to dehydration, which is probably the biggest risk factor for kidney stone formation, as well as diet. Having high oxalate-rich foods can predispose to stone formation risk. Florida is right in the middle of the Stone Belt, so a much higher risk of having stone disease here.
That was Dr. Joshua S. Jew from the Palm Beach Network Physician Group. For a physician referral, call 866-654-2362 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day post-game, our HSS Game of the Week, which ended just about 5 hours ago. Royal Palm versus Boca Raton. It was a running clock game. It was 47-8 was the final score there. But in terms of the other scores we have from throughout the Palm Beach County area, Benjamin took down Seminole Ridge tonight, 21-7. Martin County, we just talked to Coach Rod Harris. Appreciate him giving us a little bit of a rundown on what happened in that game. They won 44-9. So if you missed any of these interviews, missed any of Coach Rod Harris, Coach Kevin Thompson, missed any of the guy Baz Alfred, Jason Cradman, No Reliable. If you missed any of those, you can go listen on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. But to close out some of the scores before we send you off, Pahokee beat Lake Worth tonight, 26-0. Palm Beach Central beat Palm Beach Gardens, 48-14. Dr. Joaquin Garcia won over Wellington, 20-12. Jupiter Warrior football, they took a win over Suncoast in easy fashion, 53-0. West Boca won over Western today at number 2. West Boca won 35-0. And American Heritage, they took down Somerset Canyon 16-13 with a late safety that wrapped things up over there. Booker T. Washington and Vero Beach closed things out with Vero Beach taking the win 42-13. Fort Pierce Westward beat Port St. Lucie 40-0. Central, that is Fort Pierce Central, beat Legacy 49-14. John Carroll took down Holy Trinity tonight. They won 42-24. So in terms of the scores, that's what we have covered there. And, of course, our HSS game of the week, Royal Palm over Boca Raton 47-8. If you miss any of the coach interviews, once again, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. You can catch our full interviews there. And if you go to our ESPN Top 63, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, you can catch our live streams week in and week out where we have the best extended coverage of high school sports in the Palm Beach County, Treasure Coast area. We can catch that every Friday just about. We're also out and about in the community, ESPN West Palm on Instagrams to see some of the best highlights. Stay around for the digital show with Theo Dorsey of ESPN West Palm, where he's going to have you and walk you through all of the biggest highlights from throughout the week. We know we got a big sports weekend upcoming with 4 games on the baseball side of things in the divisional series tomorrow. You got college football, but we're sending you off into your Friday. This has been Colin Russo saying so long from your ESPN West Palm High School studios. We're saying good night on a Friday, ESPN 106.3.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off.